Hello everyone, myself Mohammed Zubair, and this channel is all about showing you how to become a highly paid IT pro really fast. So without any further ado, let's get started. Well, in this video series, I'll talk about React.js and I'll represent you the full course. I'll start with the brief history and introduction about React.js, then I'll show you how to install and set it up onto your Windows with your IDE. And not only that, we'll also have a small program in which we'll have an example of Hello World program. And then we'll keep on moving towards the advanced approaches and advanced phenomena of React.js. So in this video, let's talk about the brief history and intro. React.js is a library of JavaScript that gets used to develop and build the user interfaces. User interface is a point of interaction for the users to interact with the systems. It can be your keyboard, display screens, consoles, etc. So as you can see in front of you, we have the official website of React.js and we have icon, different links, we have different data available in here. So basically this is the user interface and we are interacting with it through our keyboard or mouse. React.js helps us to build these user interfaces and especially single page applications where we have all the data and whole of the application on a single page. Now let's talk about the history. Well, it was developed by an engineer named as Jordan Walk, who worked at Facebook. Initially, it was deployed on the news feed of the Facebook in 2011, and then after 2 years, it was made open source for public. In terms of the structure of React.js, it follows the component-based approach. In easy word, a component is a core building block of React, and applications that we will make or build in React will be made of many pieces called as component. Now, React.js also helps us in such scenarios where we have some repetitive tasks, and in such scenarios we can reuse our code with the help of React.js. I'll show you an example from the official website itself. So here if you see, we have same color, same font type, same font size for this heading, and for this heading. And down here for our data, or you can say for the paragraph, we have same font color, same font size, and same font styling for all of these three paragraphs. So what we can do, we can make this one component, or we can make whole of this paragraph and this heading as one component. And then we can call this component in here, and what we need to do, we just need to change the data in that component. And we can also use that one third time in here. So how cool is that? Same goes here. If you see, we have same font style, same font size, and same coloring for this heading and for this heading. So we can make one component of all of this and we can reuse it wherever we want into our application. So instead of writing our code again and again, we can make one component and we can reuse it into our application as many times. Let me open my VS Code and I'll show you an example in that as well. So I'll just write here VS Code. So this is my React.js application, and in here we have one component that we are using for our div. So this is how a component looks like, and this is how you can use them into your React.js projects. I'll talk about it in detail further in this course. The DOM updates gets handled very easily and carefully in React. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and I'll talk about it later in this course in detail. Now question comes, why to use React? It was created and maintained by Facebook and has a huge community on GitHub. And that is why we have a lot of surety that we will get all the latest updates and all those things that we need in order to make the latest and very responsive websites. Now I'll show you the community. So I will just search for React.js community GitHub. First link is for the React community on the GitHub. So just click on it. These are the peoples that are there as a community, and down here you have different topics that you can go through. And here if you see, all of these are public. It means anyone can go to that and anyone can open it and anyone can use it. So this was all about the community. At the end there is one question, and that is if React is a framework or it's a library. Well, React is not a framework. It is a library of JavaScript for building the user interface, and mostly we use it for single page applications, and that is why React is also known as Reactjs or React JavaScript. And that's it for this video, and in the next part I'll show you that how to download, install and set up your Reactjs with your IDE in your Windows operating system. And for the IDE, I'll use Visual Studio Code because it allows and helps us to install different plugins and extensions for our Reactjs. So I'll see you in the next part. So in this video, we'll talk about that how to install Reactjs, and we'll also see that which IDE we are going to use. So first of all, if we talk about the IDE, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. To download and install it, I will just write here VS Code download. Here it is. So I will just click on the official website link. It will take us to a page from where we can download our Visual Studio Code file. Here we have different options. We can download it for Windows, we can download it for Linux, and we can do so for Mac as well. So it's all up to you that for which operating system you want to go. I'll go with Windows operating system. So I'll just click on that link. It will just start the download process. Well, basically I have already downloaded it. That is why I'm going to just click on cancel. Now I'll head to my repository or directory where I have my downloaded file. And here we have our file, and now let's just double click on it in order to install our Visual Studio Code. From here, accept the agreement and click on next. This is the repository where it is going to get installed. I'll just leave it as it is. Now I'll just click on next. Again click on next, and from here select the options. For example, if you want to have a desktop icon, and here we have some other option. I'll just go with the default options and just click on next. Now just click on install in order to install it onto your Windows 10. It will take a very little time, so we'll wait for it. We are done with its installation. Here you can launch your Visual Studio Code right away. So I'll just click on finish and I will launch my Visual Studio Code. I'll not go into the detail of my Visual Studio Code right now. I'll just minimize it and I'll move ahead, and let's talk about something else. Now it's time to download and install and set up our Reactjs. Well, first of all, before we do anything else, we have to download and install Node.js into our system, because Reactjs is an application, or you can say is a library of JavaScript. So for that purpose, we have to download and install Node.js. So I'm back onto my browser, so I will just search for Node.js and let's see how we can download it. Here it is. I'll just go to the official website, and from here I'll download the Windows installer file. Here I have already downloaded it. That is why it is saying to add a duplicate number. I'll just cancel that and I'll head to my directory where I have my downloaded file. So here I have my Node.js. I will just double click on it, and from here I just click on next, and I have already installed it. That is why it is asking if you want to change, repair or remove installation. Let's click on change. Click on next, click on next and click on change and click on yes. And now the installation process has just begun, and our Node.js has been installed completely into our system now. So we are done with everything. Now it's time to open our Visual Studio Code and let's talk about something there. So this is our Visual Studio Code, and here we will check if Node.js has been installed or not. There are two ways to do it. First one is just click on terminal and click on new terminal. Other than that, you can also hit your Windows key onto your Windows operating system and just search for CMD. Just open it, and in that just write here node space -v. It will check if the installation has been done or not. So here if you see, here it says version 16. It means this version has been installed. We can do so, and we can do the same in our terminal onto our Visual Studio Code as well. So I'll write here node space -v, and here we have version 16 available. Well, basically using command prompt is very handy when you are using some other IDE. For example, you are going with Sublime Text, but as we are going with Visual Studio Code, it comes with a built-in terminal. That is why we are okay with this one. Let me clear my screen. So as we are done with our Node.js and our Visual Studio Code, now it's time to install React app. First of all, I'll make a directory in which I'll have my React application. So for that purpose, I'll create a directory, but before that, I'll head to my D directory. So I'll just write here cd space d : / and here we are into our D directory. I will write here mkdir, and I will name this folder or this directory as Reactjs_course. Hit enter. So here we have successfully created our directory with the name of Reactjs course. Now let's head to this directory, and to do so, write here cd, after that write here Reactjs, and here you can see as I have written the initial of this directory, and then I just press tab, and here we are into our Reactjs directory. Now what we need to do in here, we need to write some commands in order to create our application. So after clearing my screen, I will write here npx space create -react-app, and now write the name of the app that you want to give to your app. So I will write here React_course_skills build, and I will just hit enter. From here, press Y and hit enter, and it depends on the internet connection and it depends on the process of your system that how much time it is going to take to complete everything. Okay, here we have an error, and that says you cannot have capital word in your project name. So let's use the same command and let's have some other name for our project. So I'll write here React_js_skills build, and now let's hit enter and let's see if it works or not. So along with that, let's talk about what is npx. Well, npx is called as node package execute. It is a simple npm package runner, and it allows us and developers to execute any JavaScript package that is available on npm registry without even need to install it. And npx gets installed with npm version 5.2 on its own. But as we are using the latest version, so it is obvious that we will get npx by default. So let it get complete, and then we'll move ahead, and then we'll talk about that how we can run our JavaScript, and I'll also talk about the file structure. So here it says happy hacking, so it means we are done with everything that was needed to be done. And we are also done with this video. So let's talk about the file structure, and let's try to run our React.js application. To run your React.js or to start your React.js, here if you see, here it says npm start. But first of all, we have to go to the directory where we have created our application, and this is the name of our application. So I will just write here cd space React_JavaScript or JS_skills build. After that, hit enter, and we are into our folder. Now we just need to write here npm start and hit enter. It will take a very little time, and then it will start our React.js application. And here it is started. And in case if you see any pop-up message, just click on allow access, and here it says starting the development server. It will take a very little time, so we will wait for it. And here it says webpack compiled successfully. It means we are going in the right direction. And as soon as we are done with the compilation, here if you see, we have a web page that has loaded up, and this is how it looks like. This is the icon of React.js, and this is some paragraph line, and here we have a link. Now let's head back to our Visual Studio Code and let's talk about the file structure, and from there I'll show you everything that from where it is coming. So here we have our Explorer, and here we have react_js_skills build, and in that we have two folders. First one is public and one is source. We also have one with the name of node_modules. We'll not talk about this particular folder a lot. Most of the time we are only concerned with our source and public folder. But in 90% of the cases, we'll not explore or will not use our public folder. Most of the time, we'll stick with our source folder. So here if you see, here we have app.css and app.js. It means this is CSS file and this is JavaScript file. And not only that, down here we have index.css and index.js file. And in here we have a lot of things that are running at this particular moment. So these are the different files that are being using at the moment. If I go into my app.js, here if you see, here we have image, source logo, and then we have its attributes. Let's remove this particular line and let's see what do we get as a result. I will save my file, and here we do not have the logo of Reactjs anymore onto our screen. Let's head back to our code editor. Let's redo our code. Let's save it. And here we have our icon back. And then if you see, we have a paragraph that says edit source/app.js and save to reload. That is the message that we were getting under the icon. Then we have our class link. Basically, this is a link that is under this particular line and that says learn React. This is the one that I'm talking about. So basically, all of these files are being used to create our React app. And down here if you see, we have exported this particular file as export default app. As it is getting exported, so it also means that it will be imported at some other file as well. So I'll go to my index.js, and here if you see, we are importing our app, and this is the app. And not only that, down here it says root render. It means it is saying to present or show what this app, and these are the two libraries that comes and that gets installed by default. You do not have to import both of them on your own. You will get both of them by default. And not only that, it is also telling to render and show this one. From where? Well, basically, obviously for that purpose, we will have some kind of HTML page. And in that terms, it is saying document.getElementById root. It means we have something that has the ID of root and that has been called in here. So where is that particular ID? Go to your public folder and open your index.html. If you scroll down, here we have ID as root. So basically what we are doing, we are using our app and that is being exported to our index.js. Here it is. And then this is calling our HTML file, and this is our HTML file into our public folder. So this is how it is working at this particular moment. I'll head back to my browser, and here this is how it looks like. Before we move ahead, there is something that I want to talk to you about React DOM. Well, basically, React DOM renders the control contents of container node we pass, and instantly it returns a reference to root reference points instance. Now we need to download and install some of the extension into our Visual Studio Code in order to run our React.js more sophisticatedly. So first of all, I'll go to my extension section, and in here I'll write here JavaScript ES6. Here it is. I'll just click on that one and I will install it. I have already installed this one, that is why it is not giving me the option. In your case, it will allow you to click on the install button. Other than that, there is something else we also need to do, and that is just write here ES7 space React, and here we have an extension that says ES7 plus React / Redux / React native snippets. We also need that, so just click on install and it will take a little bit of time to complete the process. Let it get complete and then we'll move ahead and talk to you about something else. So we are done with this installation, and this was all that was needed in this video. In the next video, I'll talk to you about some of the files that we do not need any longer. I'll show you that which are those files, and I'll delete all of those which are unnecessary, and we'll also have our first program as hello world in our React.js. So see you in the next part. So let's create a small program of hello world or some small message, and let's try to run it. But before that, here if you see, we have two repositories as public and source, and each one of them we have a lot of files, and many of them are those that we do not need anymore. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select my index.css, my app.test.js, my app.css, my logo.svg, and my report webvitals.js as well. What I'm going to do, I'm going to delete all of them. So I will just press my delete button and click on delete. Other than that, we have setup test.js. I'll delete that one as well. So I'll just click on move to recycle bin. And from our public folder, we also need to remove some of the files. So I'll just click on both of the logo files. These are the logos that you saw on our web page. So I'll just click both of them and we are good to go. So I'll just close my index.js file, and this is our app.js. I'll remove everything from here. And what I'm going to do now, if you remember, when we installed two of the extension, one of them was ES7 plus React and so on. This is a very handyful one. So what if I only write here RAFCE? Basically, it means React arrow function export component. Just click on that one, and here it has taken the whole structure on its own, and we do not have to write any code. Everything is here by default. From here, if you just remove this app and you write anything, this will be printed onto your web browser. Let's save this file, and here if you see, we have error as it says. We have error in this file and we have error in this file. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our Visual Studio Code. I'll go to my Explorer, and this time I'll open my index.js. From here, I will remove this import file because this file does not belong here anymore. Other than that, I'll remove this import as well, and we should remove it from the bottom as well. These are the comments. It is all up to you if you want to keep them or not. I'll just remove all of them. I'll save my file, and now this is my app.js file. Let's write a message in here. I'll write here, hello, welcome to Skills Build YouTube channel. And if I save this file, let's head back to our web browser. So here we have the message that we have written in there. So it means our React.js is working perfectly and it is running on the localhost 3000. In React, everything is component, and when we make a component, we need to be careful about three things. First one is import React. So as if you see, we have successfully imported React from React. Second thing that you should do, there should be a functional component in your component. So here we have a functional component. Without a functional component, you will not have anything to be shown onto your application or onto your web page, because functional component allows you to add different things into your applications. And the third thing is functional component must return JSX. If you see, here we have a functional component and it is returning div. If I remove my return statement from here, even though I have my div in here, if I save my file and if I reload my page, here we do not have anything onto our web page because we have not written anything. That is why we have to return it. So I'll just redo everything that has been done till now. And now we'll save this file, and here we have an output. And now I'll give you an example of functional component and why do we need to return it. So if you remember, in some other programming languages, when we use functions, we name them anything, and after that it is something that looks like this. In that we write our statements, we have different things, and at the end we return our result. Functional components work just like that. If you do not return anything, it will not print anything or it will not show you anything onto your web page. So that is why there must be a return for every JSX. So I'll just remove it and I'll redo everything that I have done earlier. And this is how you can delete all of those files that are not longer needed or we do not have any use of them. And this is how you can have your print message of hello world, or you can print a simplest of message with your React. Now, what I'll show you, how we can create our own file. Let's say I want to have my own business logic and my own structure. Well, for that purpose, right click on your source folder and click on new file. From here, name it anything. I'll name my file as application.js. Hit enter. So here we have created a new file of JavaScript. Let's go into our app.js, and what I'll do now, I'll just copy everything and I'll paste it into my application.js file. Well, for the time being, I'll just do that, and later I'll show you that how we can have our own things. But at the moment, let's try to run this particular file. So let me go to my browser first. Here, if you see here, it says, hello, welcome to Skills Build YouTube. What I'll do now, I'll change the message in this particular file and in this div. So I'll write here, hello, YouTube family. And here it says app, but name of our file is application. So I'll just change it to application, and down here if you see, here we are exporting this particular file. So we need to change it as well, as the name of the file is application. Save this file and let's go to our index.js, and you might see that here we are having some errors. Do not worry. Go to your index.js, and here we are importing our import app from ./app. We need to change it. Either you can change it to application, or you can use another line and write here import application from single inverted commas ./application. After that, your semicolon. Now if I save my program and come back here, and here we are using the tag of application, I'll change it as well. So I'll write here application, and here we have to make sure that we use the same case sensitivity. The name of the file is application with capital A, so I'll change it. Now let's save this file, and here it says webpack compiled with one warning. Well, I know the warning. Well, this is because we are importing our app as well and we are not using it. So let's go back to our browser, and here it says hello YouTube family. So it means now it is calling our application.js file, and it is running that particular file and everything that is in it. And that shows that our application.js file is working perfectly. At the end, I want to talk to you about one very important aspect, and that is that why we are still getting this error. Well, if you hover over it, here it says cannot redeclare block scoped variable application. It means application is a reserved word, so we cannot use it. What I'll do here now, I'll name it as Zubair. I'll change it here as well. I'll write here Zubair, and we need to do the same in our index.js file. So I'll just go there. Instead of importing our application, I'll import Zubair, and then I'll write here Zubair again. I'll do the same down here. Let's save our project, and here we need to do one more thing, and that is we need to change its name from here. So I'll just rename it as Zubair, hit enter, and now here you can see we have no error at this time, only one warning. Let's go to our index.js file and let's comment this line. Now save our program, and here if you see here it says webpack compiled successfully. It means now we have no error and no warnings. And here we have the output, and now it means everything is working fine and we have successfully created our file. And that's it for this video. So in this video, we'll talk about React.js application structure. I'll talk to you about the file use and its structure. I'll also talk to you about folder use and its structure, and how we can check the version of React.js from our application. Well, first of all, I'll import another project into my Visual Studio Code, because if you remember, in one of the previous videos, I told you that some of the files are not really important for us, and I deleted all those files. But for the sake of this video, I'll import another project in which I have all the files that are there by default. So first of all, I'll just remove this folder from my workspace, and now I'll click on open folder. Here I have another project with the name of skills build _ react. I'll open it, and here we have Reactjs _ course project. So I'll just add this folder into my workspace. Now if I open my source folder, here you can see we have all those files that we get by default into any React.js project. Let me close all of these files because we do not need them anymore. Now first of all, I'll talk about the most important file of them all, and that is package.json. I will just open this file. Let me close my terminal from here so that we can see everything in here. Well, this particular file contains the versions, commands, and all the packages that we have included in the project. This file contains all of the information in here. Basically, this file has all the information about your React.js project. And here we have the React.js version that I was talking about earlier. At the moment, we are using 18.2.0 version. In your case, this might be different because it depends that when you are watching this particular course. At the moment, this is the latest one, which is 18.2.0. And here we have different things that are part of our React.js project. After this particular file, the file that has the most priority is package-lock.json. If I just open this one, well, it keeps the details of package.json file. So it means package.json have all the information about the project, and this file, which is package-lock.json, has all the information about our package.json file. Well, this particular file keeps the history of packages and also the variable and version controls. Here we have all those things that we have used till now. Not only that, it also keeps track of all the dependencies that we might need into our project. For example, here node _ modules, here it says its version, resolved mean from where it got added, and integrity mean the hash value. And there is one more thing that is really important. If you see node _ module / @Babel, here we have all those dependencies that are integrated into this particular thing. And how cool is that we have every information about each dependency and each package. So basically, this file is a bit detailed one than the package.json one. So these were some of the files that are really important into your React.js application. Then we have git ignore. If you just open this file, well, we keep those things in this file that we want to ignore. If you see here, it says /node _ module, and here we have node _ modules. Basically, when we push our project onto Git, we do not get this one because we do not want to do that, and there is no need to doing it. Now let's talk about some other file. First one is app.css. Well, as you know, this is CSS file. While this file is responsible for all the styling for our project, different colors, different backgrounds, fonts color, their sizes, their weights, etc. So basically, this is all about the CSS styling, and we are not concerned with this one in most of the cases. Then comes app.js. Well, it is the actual code file for our application. All the business logics and all the structure that we want to define for our projects will be done here. After that, we have a file with the name of app.test.js. Well, as the name suggests, we write unit test cases in it. It means in most of the cases, the developers of the application write the unit test cases on their own. And this is the file where they write it, and from here they test their application. But in our case, this will not be very significant because this work comes at a very high level. So we'll just ignore this file as well. Then comes index.js. Well, this is the entry point of our project. If you remember, we import everything in here as we have app.js, we have all the structure in here, and then this particular file is getting imported into our index.js file, just like this one in here. And other than that, we are calling an ID that is called as root. So you might be wondering what is root and where it is. Well, as we know that to represent our things and our CSS and our JavaScript, we need to have HTML. And without HTML, we cannot show anything onto our web browsers. So it must be somewhere in HTML file. So if you open your public folder and open your index.html, here we have our root. So basically that particular file is being called in here, and then it is being shown onto our web browser. I'll just close my public folder. After our index.js, we have some logo.svg file. So it is just like the PNG, we also have SVG. Then we have report web vitals. Well, basically it tells about the performance report and it is embedded in index.js file. Let me open that one. And here we have report web vitals embedded in here. After that, we have setup test.js. Well, all the setup for the test cases gets generated from here and then gets managed by this file. Now let's head to our public folder and let's close our source folder. Well, this particular folder keeps all the HTML kind of details and mostly not related to React.js. First of all, I want to talk to you about manifest.json file. Well, this is called as meta files as it keeps color themes, icons, background colors, etc. And this particular file gets used in progressive web level, and on basic level we do not need it. So we'll just ignore this file as well in this project. Now here we have favicon, and this is the icon that is being presented onto our application on web browser, and here we have some of the pictures, and both of them are logos that we see onto our web browser. So this was a bit of introduction about file structure and folder structure, and what are different files and what are their significance and which files are the most important for us. And that brings us to the end of this video. In next video, I'll talk about another very important concept that is related to React.js, and we really need to understand it before we jump into actual coding for this particular course. So I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll talk about components in React.js. Well, I'll stick with three main things. First one is what is component. Then I'll talk about types of components, and at the end I'll show you an example of component. Well, if we talk about what is component, well, component is a unit that makes up a bigger phenomena. Let's take an example from daily life. Let's think of a wall, and a wall is composed of small bricks. Each brick can be referred to as component, and all those components makes up the wall. Same goes for our React.js, that different components makes up our application. And a component is a piece of code that we can reuse, such as function. If we talk about an example, let's take a function of addition. So whenever you need to do some addition function or some addition operation, we just need to call add function and it will do the rest of the thing on its own. We do not have to rewrite its code. Now I'll show you an example from the official website of React.js. As you can see, we have a header. Here we have a sidebar. Then we have our main component. Then here we have sidebar once more. So these are different components that make up your website. And what we can do, we can reuse these components at the same website, or we can use it at different website as well. So this is the benefit of having component. And as I have talked about that components work as a function, but components are more powerful than functions because they have their own life cycle, they can have their own state, they have different way of passing the parameters, and they can have their own HTML. Now I'll talk to you about types of components. Well, basically, we have many types of components and different people think of different components as different types. For example, if we talk about the main two types of components, while functional components and class components are the main of them, and they are the one that gets used by most of the time. Other than that, we have pure component, controlled component, uncontrolled, root, container. Then we also have nested components. Some people also consider stateless and stateful components as a type of components. Now let's head to our Visual Studio Code and to our project and let's make a component. So this is our Visual Studio Code. I'll create a new file in here. I'll name it as comp and I will just hit enter. Okay, we have to make sure that we use an extension along with it as well. So we'll write here JS and hit enter. Now I will make a functional component. That is why I'm going to write here function. And functional components are used mostly. That is why I'm making one of them. After that, we have to write the name that we have given to our file, our braces, after that our curly braces, and we must have to return our component. So I'll just do that. Now, what we need to return here? Well, any tag that we want. So I'll just write here div, and I'll just close it, and inside it we can write anything. I'll write here this is functional component. Let's save this file, and at the end of it we also have to export it. Otherwise we will not be able to run this particular component, or we will not be able to use it. So I'll write here export default. After that, write the name of your component, which is comp in my case. At the end, have your semicolon, save your file, and let's go to our index.js. As we have exported that component, we also have to import it in here. So I'll write here import space comp from. Now here we need to give the path of the file, and that is ./comp, and we are good to go. Just save this file. At this moment this will not run, because first of all, to remove my warning, I'll comment this particular line, and down here if you see here it is written app. I'll change it to comp, and if you remember or if you notice, it is just like an HTML tag. Either you can call it like this one, or you can have your closing tag as well. Both ways are fine. I'll just remove it. I will give it a space and I will call it like this. Now if I save my file, and here we have another warning that says unreachable code on line number 45. Let's go back to our comp.js. Well, here I have not used my brackets for my return statement. So I'll just do that. And now we are good to go. So here it says Webpack compiled successfully. Now let's head to our web browser and let's see if it works or not. Well, here it says this is functional component. It means it is working pretty fine and we have no problem in it. And as we know that component is a piece of code that can be used anywhere, anytime, and by any number of times. So what I'll do now, I'll head to my index.js, I'll copy this tag and I will just keep on pasting. Just save this one and let's head to our web browser. So here it is, and it is repeating everything that we have written in there. Now, what if I want to have more than one tag into my return statement? Let's try to do that. This time I'll use my paragraph. And now if I write here, this is paragraph. Save this file, head to our web browser, and here we have an error. Here it is showing us that where do we have an error. Here it says adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So now what we need to do, what does it mean? It means that we have to use all of these things in one particular tag. So what I'll do now, I'll create one more tag and I will name this tag as div, and the closing tag of my div will after be my paragraph. And here if you see, now we can use as many number of tags as per our liking and as per our need until and unless all of them are under the one tag. So if you see, both of these are under my div tag. Let's change it. Let me change this one to h1. So I'll write here h1, and at the end of it, I'll again write here h1. Now I will save this and let's head to our web browser. So here if you see, it is working pretty fine. this is my h1 tag, and then this is my paragraph, and we can repeat everything as many times as per our liking. Now, there is one more thing that is really important and I want to discuss here. If you remember, we wrote here export default com. Well, why do we write default here? Well, if I just remove this line from here, what I need to do, I need to write export at the start of my function. So I'll write here export space. Now it is good to go, but it will not run. Well, here we have to use curly braces where we are going to import this particular component. So I'll just write here curly braces. Now if I save my program, here it says webpack compiled successfully. Now let's head to our web browser, and here it is working perfectly and there are no errors. Well, the question is, why do we need to write export function com and why we cannot write here export default com? Well, the main difference is we can export default only one component, and in case if you want to export multiple components, we have to use them with brackets. Let's say you want to import more than one components in this file. That way you cannot use your export default. You have to use your curly brackets, and then you can import as many components as per your liking. And let's say you do not want to create a new file for your components and you want to create and use your components in the same file like index.js. Well, in that particular case, what I'll do now, I'll copy everything from here. I'll come to my index.js. I will paste everything in here. Instead of export function, I'll just write here function, and here I have imported my component. So what I'll do now, I'll just comment this line, I'll save my program, and here it says webpack compiled successfully. Let's head to our web browser, and here it is working fine. Let me change the message so that we can see if there are some changes or it is working perfectly or not. I'll write here, this is h1 tag. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser, and here it says this is h1 tag. It means it is working perfectly and there are no errors and no problem. So this was an example of functional component, and we have also seen different ways of calling, or you can say exporting and importing our components, and we have also seen that how we can create a functional component into the same file. So I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'll talk to you about class components and JSX in React. So first of all, let's start with class components. As we know that there are several types of components, and class components and functional components are two of them. But as I have mentioned in previous video that most of the time we use functional components, but still there are some places where it is better to go with class components. So in this video, I'll show you some examples of it. First of all, let's create a file, and I'll create a one in my source folder. Click on new file. I will name it as class_comp.js and hit enter. And make sure to use your first letter as a capital one to follow the structure. So just hit enter now. So this is our class, and in this one, I'll create a class component. First of all, I'll write here import React from React. We are good to go. Now I'll write here class space. Now I'll write the class name, which is class_comp in my case. Give it a space. Extends. Give it a space again. React.component. And now we'll start the boundary of our class component. So I'll have my curly braces and I'll just hit enter. There is one thing that is really specific to our class components, and that is we use render. So I'll write here render, and then I'll have my braces, and after that I'll start the body of my render. If you remember, in our functional component, we just used to call our return statement, and our return we used to use different HTML tags. But with class components, we must have to use our render. And after your render, we can call our return, just like this one. So I'll write here h1, and in that you can have anything. I'll write here, this is class component. Just save your program, and here it says Webpack compiled successfully. So as we have just created our class component, we have to export it as well. There are two ways that we can follow to export it. First one is export default. After that, write the name of your class or your file, which is class component or class comp. Save your file, and now go to your app.js one. In this one, I'll import my class underscore comp file. So I'll write here import class underscore comp from this particular path. We are good to go. And now I just need to use this class as a HTML tag into my function app. So what I'll do here, so I'll just call it here class underscore comp space backslash and our closing angle. Save your program, and now let's head to our web browser and let's see if it works or not. So here, if you see, it is working. This is my h1 message, and this is the message from my class component. Here I have my class component, this is the file, and here we have h1 tag, or you can say a message. Here, if you remember, we have extended our class from react.component. We have another way that we can follow, and that is just write here comma after your react curly braces, and inside your curly braces you can write here component, and instead of writing react.component you can just write here extend component, and you are good to go. The other thing that I want to discuss in here is, if you remember, we have exported our class as default. We have another way. We can just write here export space default and give it a space, and here we are good to go. Now we have to remove this one from here. Just save your file and you are good with everything. Now what if I want to create my class component in the same file where I'm importing this one? Well, we can do so just like we did earlier with our functional component. First of all, I'll just copy this file because we need to import it, and I'll go back to my app.js. I'll just import it in here. After that, go back to your class component or class underscore comp. From here, copy everything, and now we do not need to use export default. So I'll just come here, I'll just paste it in here. Let me remove the extra spaces so that we can have a better view of our code. I'll close my terminal as well. Now this is how it looks like. We have created our class component in the same file where we are going to import this one. Now if I save this file, let me open my terminal now, and let's see if it works or not. But before that, we have to remove this line because now we are not importing this one. So I'll just remove it. Now save this one, and here we are onto our web browser, and here if you see, it is working pretty fine and we have no problem. So this is how you can declare or create your class components, and this is how you can use them. But as I have mentioned earlier, that more than 90% of the time you will not be needing to use your class component. Functional components will be enough to do everything for us. So that was all about the class components. So as we are talking about it, I want to talk to you about JSX along with it. Well, JSX stands for JavaScript XML. Earlier, it was not possible to use JavaScript and HTML together. But now if you see, we are using our JavaScript and HTML all together. This is my JavaScript script or code, and inside it we are using different HTML tag. So if you know, h1 is an HTML tag, and then here div is also an HTML tag. Earlier, if we needed to use our JavaScript inside our HTML, we have to write here script, and then we used to code our JavaScript. Otherwise it was not possible. But now with the help of JSX that comes by default with your Reactjs, or when you install your Reactjs, it comes by default. We can use JavaScript and HTML all together, and there is no need to install any extra library or any extra plugin into your development environment in order to use your JSX. So that is a very cool thing, and that's a really supportive one. So that's it for this video. In this video, we'll talk about click events, and we'll also create some of the functions that we can call when we click our button. So first of all, let's create a button as it is an HTML element. So what I'll do now, under my h1 tag, I'll create a button in here. We are good to go now. And here I'll write click me. Let's save this one. And here we have a button that says click me. At this moment, it will do nothing even if you click on it. But still, it is working and it is clickable. Now let's get back. Here we need to create some of the functions or some of the alerts that we can generate when we click on this particular button. So for that purpose, either I can directly write here on click, I can generate an alert in here. So I'll write here alert, and inside my brackets I can have a message. So I'll write here Zubair. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our web browser, and here if you see, here it is printing Zubair, but it is not letting me click on the button and then show me the message. It is first showing me the message and then it is allowing me to click on this one. Why is that so? Well, to get rid of this problem, we have to use arrow function. What is arrow function? Well, before your alert, have your braces and then equal sign and then your arrow sign. This is how arrow function looks like. Save this one, and now let's see if this works or not. So here we have our program. If I just click on it, here it is allowing me to click on it and then it is showing me the result. So here it says where. I'll just click on OK. Now, I do not want to do this. I want to have a function that should be called when I click on this button. So for that purpose, I'll remove everything from here. Let me remove this one. Now we are good to go. Inside my function app, I'll create a functional component. So I'll write here function my underscore function. So I'll have my braces and then the body of my function. In that function, I can have anything. I'll write here alert. This is function that is called on click of button. Let's have a semicolon at the end of it, and I think we should have our braces for our alert as well. And now we do not have any error onto our function or onto our alert. Let's save this file. So we are done with creating our function, but in order to use this one, we have to call it onto our button. So for that purpose, we'll create an event which is on click. So I'll again write here on click, and now I'll call my function. And the name of my function is my underscore function. And here I have my brackets of my function. Let's save this one. Here again, if you see, this is function that is called on click of button. But again, it is not working after the click of this particular button. It is working before that. Why is that so? Well, again, as I have mentioned earlier, that either we can use our arrow function or we can do one more thing, and that is just remove these two braces and save your program. And now if I click on this one, now it is showing us the message that we generated earlier. So this is how you can get rid of this problem. Now, here is one more thing that I want to discuss in here. And that is, for example, let's take a variable. I'll take variable as var equals. I'll give it a value as string. Have a semicolon. Okay, var is a keyword, that is why we cannot take it. So what I'll do here, I'll take another variable name. So I'll name it as v1, and now we do not have any error. Let's save this one. Now, inside my function, what I'll do, I'll change the value of my v1. I'll write here v1 equals, let's write here changed underscore string semicolon, and now we are good to go. Let's save this one, and inside my alert, I'll call my v1 instead of my message. So I'll just write here v1. Basically, I have called my variable in here. Now if I save this program, go back to my browser, if I click on it, here it says change string. So basically, earlier the value of v1 was only string, but inside my function, I have changed its value and now it is printing v1. Let's do one more thing in here. Instead of printing this message which is hi, let's call our variable. In order to call your variable in your HTML tags, you must use your curly braces, just like this one. So now I'll call my variable, which is v1. And we are good to go now. Let's save this program. Let's head back to our web browser. And now if I click on this button, here it says changed string, but here it should print change string, not string, because we have changed its value. But if I go back, here you can see we have changed its value inside this function, not globally. Globally, v1 has the value as string, and on local level, it has value as change string. So when I have called my function, which is this one, it has printed changed value, and here we have called the global v1, and here it has printed string. This is a factor, or you can say this is a problem with using different variables in your components and in your different function. To get rid of this problem, or to make sure and use your variables very effectively, we have a concept of props and state. I'll talk about both of those concepts in other video. So this was all about how we can create different events on click and how we can call different functions or components. Now let's change this program and let's have another example in here. Now what I'll do, I'll declare two variables with two different values, and on the click of my button, I'll add the values of those two variables. So first of all, I'll write here constant, let's say number 1 equals 10 semicolon, constant num2, let's have a value of 20 for that semicolon. Now here I'll write here constant sum, or you can write here answer, or you can name your variable anything, equals num1 plus num2 and our semicolon. Now in order to print our values from JavaScript, we know that we write here console.log, but here I'll not do that because I want to print the result when I click on this button. So for that purpose, I'll use here alert, and inside my alert, I'll write here your answer is, first of all, we have to use our braces. So I'll write here your answer is plus sign, our variable answer, again plus sign, and then you can have another string in here. So I'll write here after addition semicolon, save my program, and now when I'll click on this particular button, which is click me, these two variables will be added and 30 should be the answer. Let's come back here, let's reload our program, and now if I click on this one, here it says your answer is 30 after addition. We can change this one as well. So what I'll do this time, I'll just multiply both of these, and instead of writing here after addition, I'll write here multiplication. Let's save this, head back to our web browser, click on this, and here it says your answer is 200 after multiplication. So that shows our program is working perfectly and we have been able to call our function on click event. Okay, at the end there is one more thing that I want to discuss in here, and that is, as we used arrow function for our alert that we call directly into our own click event, we can use arrow function for our components as well. For example, if I write here my braces equal to sign my arrow bracket, and now I'm calling my function brackets of my component, save this, and let's head back to our web browser. And now if I click on it, here it is working and giving us the exact result. So basically, arrow function can be used for your arguments, and you can also call your components with the help of it. But make sure that when you use your arrow function, you have to use your brackets. Without your arrow function, you will see an error, and that is your alert will run first and then you will be able to click on your buttons. And if you are not using your arrow functions, remove these braces at the end of your functions or your components that you have called in your own click event, and then just click on your button and you will have your result. And that's it for this video. In the next video, I'll talk about some other concepts of React.js. So I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, I'll talk to you about state in functional components and class components. I'll also show you the example. Well, state is an object just like variable. We can store data in state and then we can manipulate that data in it as well. For example, you can update it, you can delete it, etc. Well, question is, why do we use state and not the variable if both can store the data? Well, with variable we cannot update the component, but we can do that with state. Variable is of JavaScript and can be used in Angular, Vue or Reactjs as well, but state belongs to only Reactjs. State schedules or force an update to the components in Reactjs, and when state changes, the component responds by re-rendering and we get the updated data. It changes the data in HTML tags when it gets the change in state or props. Now let's have some of the examples. First of all, let's create a button in here. I'll just create a button and here I'll create an on-click event on this. After that, you can call your function or your component. I'll call my function as updated. So as we have created this one, now we need to create a function with the name of updated. So I'll write here function space updated space my braces, now my curly braces, and inside that I can write anything. Now let's have a variable. I'll call it as var1 equals Zubair, and then let's change its value inside our function. I'll call it as var1 equals Aslam. Let's save this one. Now I'll also alert this as well so that we can know if the changes have taken place or not. Now we have done that. So here instead of writing hi, I will write here my variable 1. Now save this program. Now when we run this program, we should get Zubair by default. But when we click on this particular button, that should change its value to Aslam. So now let's head back to our web browser and let's see if this happens or not. But before going to our web browser, let's give a name to our button. I'll name it as click me. Let's save this one now, and here we have one warning and it is about this import. So I'll just comment this line. Now let's save this, and now we do not have a warning. And now if I click on this particular button, here on the alert it is showing us Aslam, but on the actual value that we wanted to change, there is no change. Well, why is that so? Well, as we have used variable and not the state, and because of that it did not render our component, and because of that we did not get the updated value into our this variable into our HTML. To get rid of this problem, the state will help us. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to import our React, and especially we need to import our state. So first of all, I'll write here import space React from React. Other than that, we can also do that import React comma curly braces, and in that use state from React. I'll just remove my first line. I'll remove my second as well because now I do not need it anymore. After that, here we have our main function, which is app, and then we have our variable. Here inside of let we can also use const. So what I'll do now, I'll change it. I'll write here const, then I'll have my brackets equals, and then I'll write here use state, and inside my braces I'll have the value that will be the initial one. So I'll write here skills build, and here inside the braces of constant we have to call our variables. First one will be data for me, and the second one will be updated underscore data. Well, what it means from here? Well, this value belongs to this variable, and this variable will be used for the value that we want as an updated value in our output. So basically what we have done here, we have destructured the parameters of our use state that we have included in here. We have two variables and the value of our initial variable is here, and this variable will get used for the updated value. Now inside my function which is updated, I'll just remove it. I'll call my second variable which is updated data, and then I'll have its value. I'll write here skills build training YouTube channel. Basically when I'll click on this particular button, I'll have this value as an output, not this one. Initially we'll get this value that will say skills build. Now let's go to our web browser and let's see if it works or not. As we know that we do not have variable 1 anymore, we have to call our other variable which is data in our case. So I'll just write here data, hit enter, save this file, and here it says compiled successfully. Now let's head back to our web browser and let's see if it works or not. So here this is how it looks like. This is the value from the variable data. And now if I click on this button, we should get the value from our other variable that is called as updated data. So let's click on it. So here we are getting the updated value as skills build training YouTube channel. So it means with the help of our state, we can change the values that we were not able to do earlier with the help of variables. Because when we update the variable, the component doesn't get re-rendered, and because of that value does not get changed. But state allows us to re-render our components, and because of that we are able to change our values. And that was all about the states in functional components. Now let's move ahead and let's talk about states in class component, because we know in class components we have a bit of different structure. So let's talk about it. First of all, let's change the code back to its original form. So I'll just keep on pressing Ctrl Z, and here we are. Just like earlier, we have to import our React. So I'll write here import space React from React. After that, we also have to extend our class from react.component. So I'll just write here function app space extends space react dot component. Here we have an error because we know when we use class component, we have to write here class instead of function, and here we do not have any error. After that, instead of writing return, we use render. So I'll just write here render, then I'll have my braces and then the body of my render. So I'll just remove this and then I'll have my closing bracket here. So now we do not have any error. Let's save this. But before that, there is one thing that I want to discuss here, and that is instead of writing here class app extends react.component, we can simply write extend component, and on top of it where we are importing our React, I'll write here comma, and then inside my curly braces I'll write here component. We can do that as well, and from here we have to remove these braces. Now let's save this, and here you can see we have a message as hi. It means our code is working. So first of all, what we need to do, after the curly braces of our app or our class component, we'll create a constructor in here. So I'll write here constructor braces, then the body of my constructor, and here we need to call our super. So if you remember, if you have worked on JavaScript or even on Java with object-oriented programming, you know that why do we use super? Well, whenever we extend some of the functionality from one class to another, we have to call our super keyword so that we can use those functionalities or those attributes. So that is why we have to use our super as we are calling or creating our constructor in here. After that, I'll write here this dot state equals again the body of my this dot state, and here I'll write data, which is the name of my first variable, and here I can give it any value. Let's give it a value of again skills build. After that, get out of your constructor, hit enter, and here we'll create our function. You can name your function anything, and if you remember from the previous video that when we create our class component, we do not need to use function along with it. We can simply name our function. So what I'll do here, I'll write here updated value, then its boundary, and in that I'll write here this dot set state and my brackets, curly brackets, and inside that I'll write here data colon inverted commas skills build training YouTube channel. So what I have done here, I have changed the value for my variable, which is data. So basically this is the variable whose value is going to get changed, and this is the value that will get replaced with the initial value. We are done with this one. Now what we need to do, we need to create a button inside our HTML tag, which is div. So I'll write here button and I'll create an event on it. So I'll write here on click. So as we know that for our class components, we have to use arrow function. So I'll just do that. After that, I need to call my function that is updated value. So I'll just write here updated value. Let's save this. And here we have an error. Well, this is because we have to use this keyword when we have constructor here. So I'll write here this dot updated value. Let me remove this. Instead of writing hi here, I'll write here curly braces, and inside it I'll write this dot state dot data. Let's save this, and on my button I need to have something that I can show. I'll write here click on it to change the value. So let's save this one, and here if I click on this button that says click on it to change the value, and here we have the changed value as skills build training YouTube channel. Not only that, you can also have the incrementer that will keep on updating the value of your data. Or you can say, for example, if I write here 0, what I can do here, I can write this dot state dot data +1, and it will keep on incrementing your value. So I'll just save this. Let's head back to our web browser, and here if I click on this button, it will keep on incrementing the value. That shows that we have successfully changed the value of our state or our component with the help of our state, both inside the class component and functional components. And that also brings us to the end of this video. In the next one, I'll talk to you about props and how we can use it, and I'll also show you some of the examples of it. In this video, I'll talk to you about props. First of all, question comes into mind, what are props? Well, as we make functions and we use some parameters to pass the data, just like that, when we make or create some components and we want to pass some data into it, we have to use props for it. In case if you want to relate props, props can be termed as parameters, and props stands for properties. Now let's have an example of props in functional components, and then we'll move towards the class components. Well, first of all, let's create a file into our source folder, and I'll name this file as employee.js, and make sure that you have first character of your file as a capital word to follow the structure. Hit enter. So this is our new file. So first of all, as we are going to make functional component, so I'll write here function employee, its braces, and now let's start its boundary. As we know that in functional components we use return, so I'll just do that. In our return, we can use our divs or other HTML tags. So first of all, I'll use a div in here, And inside my div, I'll use some other HTML tags. First of all, let's take h1, and inside h1 I'll write here employee component, or we can also write employee file, or we can also write information. Now let's save this file, and now at the end of this code we have to export it so that we can import this particular file into our app.js. So I'll write here export space default space name of the file or name of our component, which is employee, and make sure you follow the same structure as you have with the name of your file. In my case it is employee with the capital E, so I'll just do that. Save this file and let's head back to our app.js. Now in that one, first of all I'll import my employee file. So I'll just write here import employee from single inverted commas, and inside it I'll give the path of employee class or employee component, and now we are good to go. Now here it says employee is defined but never used. So let's use it and let's have it. So let's use it and let's pass some of the values in it. So if you remember, when we import something, we have to use it into our HTML tag as well, or we have to use it in a tag or call it in a tag. So I'll just do that. We have two ways, either we can do that like this, or obviously we can do that as well. I'll just remove it. I'll go this way. Now let's talk about props and how we can pass the parameters and how we can pass the data to this particular component. Well, we can have different parameters that we can pass in here or in this tag, and then from this tag we can access all of those parameters or objects, or you can say properties or data, into this particular component, which is employee.js. How we can do that? First of all, let's say name of the employee. I'll take it as, let's give it a name. I'll give it David. Now save this. Now you might be wondering that how we can access it in here. Just come to this file, and inside the braces of your component you have to take a variable. You can take your variable anything. It can be variable, it can be variable 1, it can be prop, it can be props, or even it can be p. So you can name it anything. I'll just write here variable 1. Now inside your HTML tag or inside your div tag you can use it. So I'll just write here h2, and I'll write here hello, and inside my curly braces I'll use my variable, which is variable 1 dot. Now what do I want to access with this variable? Well, if you remember, for employee I have an object or a property with the name of David. So what I want to do, I want to access this, and it has the value or property as name. So I'll just do that. So I'll write here var1 dot name. Now let's save this file, and here it says compiled successfully, and let's head to our web browser and let's see if it works or not. Well, here if you see, this is the h1 tag, and here we have the employee information string from our employee file or component, and here we have hello David. So if you remember, David was written into our app.js file, and we accessed it with the help of a variable as variable 1, and we accessed it with the help of a prop. So again, let's go through our code. First of all, here we have a functional component, and in that we have simple HTML tags, and in the app.js file we have imported our employee component, and when we have called it into a tag, we have given it some of the properties like name, and this is working like an object in here, and with the help of a prop that we have passed into this component, we have accessed that property or object. Now let's increase the number of objects or properties for our employee. Let's say I want to have its email address, or let's say I want to have its phone number. So I'll just write here phone underscore number equals again my curly braces, and inside it you can have your string or you can take your straight away values. I'll write here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now let's save this, and now I want to access this as well. So what I'll do, I'll come here again, I'll just copy everything from here and I'll paste it below it, and instead of name this time I'll write here phone underscore number. Let's save this. Let's see if we get phone number or not. So here we have phone number and here it says hello. Let's remove this hello and write here contact number is, let's save this, and now it says contact number is 1 2 3 and up to so on. Now let's say we have more than one employee into the company or into the office. So what to do then? Well, first of all, let's just copy everything from here and just paste it below it. I'll do that one more time. Instead of David, let's change the name as Alex. For third one, let's have Watson. And for the numbers, you can change it and you can have anything. I'll go with some random numbers for both of these employees. Let's save this and let's head to our other file, which is employee.js. Now, question comes here, do we need to use separate tag for each employee's name and each employee's phone number? No, we do not need to use that. And this is the beauty of component, that we can reuse everything. We just have called variable1.name, variable1.phone number. So any number of values that are there with the name of name and phone number will be accessed with the single calling. Now let's head to our web browser. So here if you see, we have all the information for all of three employees. We have David, Alex and Watson. To differentiate between the information, we can have different colors for each one of them. For example, in my div, what I can do, I can write here style equals, well, for that purpose, let's have a background color. So I'll write here style for my div equals, and make sure to have double curly braces, and inside it I'll write here background color, which is right here, colon. Then you can take your background color into your string, or you can pass the hash value or hexa value as well. So now what I'll write here, let's have a light green color. So I'll have light green, here it is. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. So here if you see, now we have every information for each employee individually. So this is how you can pass as many number of parameters with the help of props, and you can access them. Now let's say I have something other as well. I'll write here extra underscore info, and inside my extra info I have some other things that are related to this particular employee. So I'll write here equals double curly braces, and inside it I'll use some other tags. So let's have street number, and this time we'll not use equal to sign, we use colon, and then I'll give the value. Let's have ABC or some random value, comma, and then you can have other property or other object in here. So let's have designation. So I'll write here designation, colon, I'll write here manager. So we are good to go. Now let's say I want to access one of these. Well, for that purpose, I'll go back. In here, I'll just copy this line, and under the phone number, I'll paste it, and here I'll write variable1 dot, instead of name, I'll write here extra underscore info dot, let's say I want to access the designation. So I'll write here designation. Let's save this, and from here we have to use single inverted commas, not the double one. So I'll use single inverted commas for my designation, and I'll do the same for street number. After that, let's remove other information from here. So I'll just remove the information, or you can say the properties for my other two employees. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. So here we have all the information for that particular employee as name David. This is the contact number and this is the designation. This is hello string, which you can change by anything and you can have any value in here. Well, first of all, let me remove all of this from here, and now I want to talk to you about very important thing. Let's say I want to change this particular name, or I want to change this information that is getting passed to our component, which is functional component, through our prop to be changed on a click of a button. First of all, let's create a button in here, and inside it I'll create on click event. So I'll just write here on click, and either you can create a function or you can use your arrow function. I'll use my arrow function in here, and for my arrow function obviously I have to use state. So I'll write here import React from React, and other than that we also need to import our use state. So I'll have a comma, and inside my curly braces I'll write here use state. Now we are good to go. Let's save this, and here we have an error because we do not need to give the path, because we are not importing some other file, we are importing the library. Okay, we have another error in here, and do not worry about it because we have not passed anything in here. That is why it is giving the error. First of all, let's call it in here, and here either you can write let or you can write here constant. So I'll write here const, and inside it I'll have my variables. So I'll have my large brackets, and you can name your variable anything. I'll name it as variable 1, and the second variable that will have a changed value, I'll name it as variable 2 equals use state, and inside it I'll have my default value. So for the default value I will write here David, and here where I'm calling the name or where I'm giving the name to my employee, I'll not write here David. Instead I will have the variable as variable 1. Now here I want to have the changed value when I click on this particular button. So first of all, let's have curly braces, and inside it first of all I'll call my variable that will have the changed value, and that is variable 2. So I'll write here variable 2, and inside its braces I'll pass the value, or I'll give the value that I want to have as a changed one. So let's write here senior David, or you can give any string or you can pass any value as per your liking. Let's save this file, and here it says compiled successfully. And from our employee.js file we also have to remove all of other tags because I only want to keep the name. Now save this, and here if you see we have a button, but we do not have anything on it. Let's give some name or some value to this button. Here I have my button, so I'll write here click on it to change the value. Let's save this now, and here we have a button, and here it says hello David. So let's click on it and let's see if it works or not. And here it says hello senior David. So it is showing us the exact value that we wanted to have, and that also shows that how you can change the value for your props in your functional component as well. And this is how you can use your props in your functional component, and this is how you can pass different parameters, object, and this is how you can access them. Now let's talk about class components and how props works with them. So for my class component, first of all, let me remove all of the extra stuff from here, and I'll make sure that I'm into the normal form of my app.js file. So I'll remove this constant from here as well, and I do not need to have React and useState imported, so I'll remove both of them from here as well. Now let's go to our employee.js. Well, from here, as we know that when we use class component, we do not write function, we write class, and we have to import our React here as well. So I'll write here import space React from React. After that, we also know that when we use class component or when we create class component, we have to extend it from react.component. So I'll just write here extend space react.component. After that, we have to write here render because we do not use return statement straight away with our class components. And here we do not need this variable because now we are using class component, and here I'll write render and then I'll have its braces, and now let's start its boundary. At the end of it, I'll have its closing bracket, and now we are good to go. I'll remove all of these tags that I do not want anymore. So I'll just remove everything from here. Let's remove this background coloring from our div. And now inside it, I'll have h1 tag just for a simplest of message. So I'll just write here h1 and inside I'll write here class component. And here we are good to go. Now, either you can export your employee.js file like this, or you can write export default in front of your class component as well. So I'll write here export space default, and here we do not have any error. This is only because we have exported it 2 times. So I'll just remove it from here because I'm good to go like this. Just go back to your app.js and I'll just save this file as well. And inside my app.js, let's call our class component. So I'll have a tag, and in that I'll have my employee space closing tag or closing angle. Now we are good to go. And here you can see we have this message from app.js and we have this message from our employee.js class. So as we passed different parameters to our employee earlier, I'll do the same now. So this time I'll write here name equals and I'll have its value. You can have anything inside it. I'll have it as David. So this is the name of the employee that I want to access in my employee.js file with the help of my props. So let's go to our employee.js, and now I'll have h2 tag in here, and inside it I will not write here props or variable name dot name. This time I'll write here, let me have my curly braces, and inside those I'll write here this dot props dot name. Now we are able to access it. Let's go to our web browser and let's see if we get the value or not. So here we have David as a name that we passed as a parameter into our app.js, and with the help of props we accessed it. Now let's try to have some more thing in here. This time I'll write here address equals and again my curly braces, and inside those curly braces I can have anything. This time I'll write here ABC Street 412, and here we have an error because we have to have its closing bracket, and at the end of it this one is extra, so I'll just remove it. Let's save this, and now in order to access it into our employee.js file, what I'll do here, I'll just copy it, I'll just paste it down here, but instead of having its name, I'll write here address. Let's save this, and here we have address as well along with the name. Now let's try to repeat all of these for more than one employee, and then I'll show you that how we can access all of them. So instead of having David, you can change the name. I'll have Tim, then I'll have Alex. For the street or for the address, I'll have Toronto, and for my Alex I'll change it to New York. So I'll just write here NY, and here we have information for all of those persons. What we did till now is almost the same that we did earlier with our functional component. The only difference is we have used this time this .props.address.name. Earlier we were using a variable that we were passing into our functional component, and with the help of that variable we were accessing all the properties that we were passing. But now we are using this keyword because we know when we use class component we have to use this keyword. This is the only difference till now. And now let's have a button and let's change the value of name when we press it. So first of all, let's create a button in here. So I'll write here button, and inside it I'll create an onClick event. So I'll write here onClick, and inside it I'll use an arrow function as we know. So I'll have my braces equal to sign, my arrow sign, and curly braces. Now for our function, either we can use states or we can also use our functional component in here. So what I'll do, I'll change my file, or you can say I'll change my code back to my class component. So first of all, I'll write here class app extends react.component, and from here I have to remove these braces. And as we know that in our class component we have render, so I'll just cut everything from here and I'll have my render, its braces, let's start its boundary, and inside it I'll have everything. And now we'll change the value on the click of our button. So first of all, let me remove everything from here because we do not want anything more than the name in here. So I'll remove everything in here. And as we also know that we also create constructor in our class component. So I'll write here constructor, its boundary. Down here I'll write this dot state equals its boundary, and here I'll write name colon, and here you can give any value. I'll give it David as a default value, and down here where it is written David, instead of writing David I'll just write here name, which is the variable. So here you might see that we have a line on the name because we cannot access it directly. For that we have to use this dot state dot, then we can call our variable which is name. Now we will have David as a default name in here because name has a value as David. Save this, and again here we have a value as David, and down here we have a button. So here I'll write here change the name. Save this, and here into my onClick event I'll have the value that I want to have as a change one on the click of this button. So I'll write here this dot set state, because earlier we were using state and now I want to set state. So for that I'll write here this dot set state bracket, and inside that bracket I'll have my curly braces that I already have, and then closing bracket, and inside it I want to change the value for what? For name colon, then I can have anything in here. I'll write here Alex. Let's save this, and here we do not have any error this time, and this is how it looks like. Previously we have name as David. Now if I just click on this button we should have Alex as an answer. So here we have Alex as an output. That shows that we have successfully changed the value, and that is how you can use props in your class components, and this is how you can perform different operations. And that also brings us to the end of this particular topic. Now I'll talk to you about that how we can pass different functions with the help of props or as props from one component to another component. And I'll also show you that how we can create them, as we have several ways that we can follow to create different components and then pass different functions into them. For example, you can create new component in a different file and then you can pass a component in there. For example, I'll write here employees.js. In this file, I'll create my new component and then I'll pass different functions into this one. At this moment, this is my parent component. So first of all, I'll write here import space react space from React. Now, as we are going to talk about the functional component, or we are going to make the functional component, that is why I'll write here function space employees, its braces, then its boundary. And as we know that in functional component we use return statement. Inside our return statement we use different HTML tags, and in one tag we can use several HTML tags. So I'll do the same here. I'll use h1 tag and I'll write here employees component. Let's save this. Now we need to export this, as you know. So we have two ways. Either we can write here export default and then name, which is employees in our case, or we can write here at the start of our function export default. But as we have done at the bottom, I'll remove from the top, and that is why we are getting the error in here. I'll just remove this. Let's save this. Let's head to our app.js file, and in here first of all we need to import our employees.js. So I'll write here employees from, give the path to employees file or component. Now as we have done that, now we have to include it as an HTML tag into our return. So what I'll do here, I'll write employees space slash closing angle or closing brace. Now what we need to do, we need to just save this. Here it says Webpack compiled successfully, and here if you see here it says hi employees component. It means it is working perfectly. Now let's say I want to pass some of the parameters or some of the functions to this particular component, which is employees. Let's say I write here data equals, or you can write here value, or you can write anything. I'll go with data, and then in front of your data you can pass any function. I'll pass a function as ABC. Let's save this. But at the moment we do not have any function with the name of ABC. Well, for that purpose, let's create a function with that name. So I'll create one in here, and then in that particular function let's have an alert. So I'll write here alert, and inside that let's have a simple message. I'll call it as function has been called. Let's save this, and now it says build successfully. Now what we have done, basically we have created a function inside our component, and then in the employees component we have called this function with the help of a variable which is data in here. Now how can we access this particular function in this component that we have passed? Well, let's head to our employees.js, and as you know that with props we follow a variable. You can pass anything in here. I'll write here variable. Now what I'll do here, I'll use this particular variable to access that particular function that we have created. But for that I'll create a button, or you can also take a paragraph, h1 tag, or any other HTML thing. I'll write here button, and inside that particular button I'll create an on click event. Here it is, and then inside it I'll use an arrow function, and you know this is how we use it. And now I'll use my variable, which is variable dot data. Okay, here we have an error and it says var keyword. We cannot take variable as var because it's a keyword, so I'll write here variable 1. I'll do the same here, and now we do not have any error. Let's save this, and let's give it a name, or let's give some value or label to our button. So what I'll write here, click on it to call the function. And here, as you know that I have used my arrow function, we can also remove it and we can use it directly as well, like this. So I'll just save this now. Let's head to our web browser. Here it is. Now if I click on it, here it says function has been called. So it means we have successfully passed a function as props into our component, and this is my parent component, and I have used that one to get a function from my child component. Now why do we pass function as props, and why don't we make it in the same component, and why make it in parent class or component? Well, the answer is really simple, because let's say, let me copy this from here. I'll just paste it downward. If I save this, let's head back to our web browser, and here we have 3 different functions that are being passed into component. Now let's create one more file in here, and what I'll do this time, I'll name this file as managers.js. This time I'll copy everything from my employees and I'll paste everything in here. So instead of employees, I will change it back to manager. Let me copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll do the same here. Now let's import our manager component. So I'll write here import managers from managers, and down here what I'll do, I'll change this one to manager. Let's save this. Let's head to our web browser. Here if you see here it says employee component, again employees component, and here it says managers component, and all of them are working. So basically what I have done here, I have created only one function into my app.js file, and after that I have passed that function to all the components with the help of props or as props as per my liking. And by this way I only had to write my function once. If I were to create the function in the same class where I have my component, I had to write the function again and again for each component in each file. But because of this approach, I only had to write it once, and then I was able to use it as many times as per my need. So this is the benefit of having your function not in the same class or not in the same component, because it will save you a lot of time, as we'll not have to recode every time whenever we want to use it. So that was all about how we can pass function as props in our components. In the next video, I'll talk to you about hooks in React.js. You might have seen some of them, and I'm sure that you know one of them. But in the next video, I'll talk to you about hooks in detail. So I'll see you in the next one. So in this video, we'll talk to you about what are hooks in React.js. Well, hooks are functions that let us hook into the React state and lifecycle features from functional components. And they also allows us to use React without the classes. It means you can use state and other React features without writing a class. It also means you can create non-class based components. We have seen some of the built-in hooks like useState, as we talked about it in previous videos in details when we were talking about states. They were introduced in React in 16.8 and later versions. Well, the question comes into here, when we use hooks. Well, if we write a function component and realize that we need to add some state to it, with hooks we can use it. And not only that, with the help of hooks, we can use the features of our class component features in functional components such as state, lifecycle, pure components. You have seen that how we create state and how we can use them, but now I'll talk to you about them in the perspective of hooks. So first of all, what I'm going to do here, I'll write here import React from React. We have simply imported our React, but if you remember, we also did this. Inside my curly braces, I wrote here use state. So basically this is a hook, and with the help of that we'll be able to use different features that comes with this particular hook, and we can use it into our functional component and class components, etc. And as I have mentioned earlier, that with hook we can use class component features in functional components. So now as you can see, it says function app down here. It means this is a functional component. Now how we can use it? First of all, I'll take a constant or let, so I'll write here const, and after that I'll have my braces. Inside it I'll take two variables. First one, let's take it as data, and second one as updated data, updated underscore data. So what we have done here, basically we have opened our hook, or you can say we are destructuring our hook here. So as you know, after that we write here use state, and inside it we write the default value that we want to have for our data or our first variable. I'll write here skills build. Save this. Let's head to our return statement, and inside it, instead of hi, I'll use my variable which is data now. Now what we'll get skills build as an answer on our screen, and down here we have only one warning as it says updated data is assigned a value but never used. Do not worry, we'll use it. Let's head to our web browser, and here it says skills build. Now what I'll do, I'll change the value. I'll create a button in here. You can take anything else as well as per your liking. And inside my button, I'll create an on-click event, and here what I'll do, I'll use my second variable which is updated data. But for that, I'll use an arrow function. So I'll write here braces equal to sign angle, and then I'll use my second variable which is updated data, and inside it I'll give the value. I'll write here YouTube channel, and the name of the button will be change the value. You can name it anything as per your liking. After that, let's save this, and here it says webpack compiled successfully, and we are not having a warning in here. And here it says change the value. So let's click on it and let's see if it works or not. So here it is working perfectly. So basically, whenever you see something with use at start of it, it means it's a hook. For example, if I write here comma space use, these are all the hooks that you can use in your React.js as context, debug value, dereferred value or deferred value, effect. And if you scroll down, you will see many more hooks that are available. So this was a brief introduction about hooks. In the next video, I'll talk to you about one of the very prominent hooks, and I'll also show you some of its example, and then you will have a better idea and better understanding that why and when and how do we use hooks into our React.js. So that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. So in this video, we'll talk about useEffect in React.js. Well, just like useState, as we have used it in many of our videos, useEffect is also a hook that we are going to talk about today. And after this video, you will have better idea that how hook works. Well, like in class, components have lifecycle methods. For example, we use constructor in them. And in functional components, we have hooks like useState. useEffect gets used as lifecycle method in functional component. So basically, constructor is a lifecycle that gets used in class components, and we use useEffect as a lifecycle method in functional component. Because as we know, we cannot use useEffect with class component, it only gets used with functional component. Whenever a state gets changed on a component, it gets called and useEffect gets used. Yes, we can define different conditions for that, whether we want to call it in such scenarios or not. I'll talk about this phenomena later in this video when I'll show you the example. Let's say we have 4 different states, or let's say we have 4 different buttons into our program, but I only want to use my useEffect state after we use one button or after we click one button. We can do that with the help of useEffect. We tell our component that to do after it gets rendered. Whenever the render function gets called, after that useEffect gets used every time. And let's say you have 4 buttons. For all of those buttons, useEffects can be used. One thing is very important here, and that is whenever you use hook, it doesn't work with class component. Now I'll show you some of the practical example that how you can use useEffect in our React.js. Well, as we know that this is our app.js file. In that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here import React from React, and after that I'll use a useState. So first of all, I'll write here const, and in that Okay, first of all, let's remove this and let's create a button in here. I'll write here button, and in that button I'll write click me. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. Here it says click me and it does not do anything at this particular moment. Now let's create a program in which we'll increment a number. So for that purpose I'll use a constant for my use state, which is also a hook. So here I'll take two variables. I'll take num and I'll take update underscore num. After that equals to, and here I'll write use state, which is a hook as I have mentioned already, and this time I'll write here 0. Well, the initial value I have given to my number is 0. So here whenever I'll click on this button it will stay 0, but I want to increment it whenever I click on it. So first of all, what I'll do here, I'll call my variable that have the value as 0, and that variable is num. Now let's head to our web browser. Here it says click me 0. Now let's go back. What I'll do here, I'll create an on click event onto my button, and in that I'll use my arrow function, and then I'll call my variable which is update underscore num, and inside it I'll increment my num with 1. Now let's save this and let's click on this particular button and let's see if we get increment or not. So here it is incrementing with 1 after every click onto my program. Let's head back. Now here what I want to do, I want to generate an alert whenever this particular function gets called. So for that purpose I'll have a comma in here, and then I'll again use one arrow function, and then inside it I'll have an alert. So I'll write here alert, and inside it I'll write button clicked. Let's save this, and now if I click on this button, here we have an alert that says button click. Click on OK. Let's click on it again, and again it says button click. But if you see, it is not incrementing the number whenever I click on it. It is staying on 6. Here you can see we still have 6 as value. Let's refresh it. It will start from the 0. Here if you click on it, there is no difference and there is no increment. Why is that so? Well, let's head back. Well, why is that so? Well, first of all, let me open my index.js file, and here we have a render function that is being called every time. And whenever this function called, it renders our app.js, which is this one. Now, after the render, what my program is doing, it is ignoring my first object, or you can say first statement in here. It is going directly to this one. And after every render, it is working on that one whenever a button gets clicked. Because when we click a button, a state gets changed into my program, and after every state my program jumps to this alert and it is ignoring this one. And to get rid of this, we can use useEffect hook very efficiently. So for that purpose, what I'll do, I'll just hit enter here, and here I'll call my useEffect hook, which is right here. And here if you see, it has been included and imported on its own into my system, or you can say into my program. Now let's start its boundary. Here it is, just like that. And here I'll have my braces. You can use these braces or not, it's all up to you, because these are optional. But if you use them, you can have different functionalities available to you. And if you go straight with your arrow function, you have limited applications or limited functionalities. I'll use these curly braces. Now, instead of alerting, or instead of having this alert into my button, what I'll do, I'll just cut it from here. I'll remove these extra spacing or extra brackets from here, and then I'll just paste it in here, which is my useEffect hook. Let's save this. Here it says compiled successfully, and here you can see that it is alerting our message. And when I click on this button, again it alerts a message, because whenever a state gets changed, we are getting this message, and after every render we are getting this message because of our use state. And it shows that our use state is working, and it is telling our program what to do, or it is telling our component. So if I click on OK, here we have an increment. Now it's 2, now it's 3, and it will keep on doing that. Now here, let's take another constant, or let's use useState one more time. What I'll do, I'll just change the variable in here. I'll write here num1 and update num1. And down here, let's create another button. I'll just copy this. Let's paste this. And again, let's change the variable in here. I'll write here num1. And for this one, again, I'll write here num1. Let's save this. And here we have again alert, and we have two buttons. So whatever button I click, both of them are getting incremented, and we are getting the alert. Well, why is that so? So it is basically whenever we render our component, this is getting called, and because of that we are getting alert on every click. But why it is incrementing both of these buttons? Because we have used one variable in both of those buttons. So I'll change it to num1. Let's save this. And now if I click on OK, this time I'll only increment one button, not two. Now click on this one, and now it says click me 1, 2, and now it's 3. So it is working fine. But what I want to achieve here is, I do not want my alert to get generated after every click of the button. Because let's say I have a form, and on my form I have hundreds of buttons, or I have an application and in that I have hundreds and thousands of buttons. So it would be very inappropriate that after every click I am getting an alert or some other function is being performed onto my web application. Well, to get rid of this, useEffect helps us. To do this, that we only want it to run one time, come here at the end of your curly brace in your useEffect hook, give it a comma, and pass an empty array. Here it is. Now let's save this. What it will do, whenever you will render your program or refresh your component, what it will do, it will run this only one time, and after it, it is getting empty array, so it will stop. Here you can see we are getting it only at the first time. Let's click on it. Now if I click on these buttons, they are getting incremented, but we are not getting the alert. Same goes for our second button. And if you remember, at the start of this video, I told you that we can have different conditions for each button with respect to useEffect hook. Well, let's say I want my useEffect to work with this button and not with this one. Well, for that purpose, we can do that. How we can do that? Let's refresh this page. Let's head back to our code. And from here, what I'll do, I'll copy this num and I'll paste it into this empty array. Let's save this. And now if I click on OK, so whenever I'll click on second button, we'll not see an alert. Here you can see we are getting the increment. But if I click on first button, which has the variable as num, we'll get the alert. Here you can see if I click on it again I'll get an alert. So this is how you can have different conditions with your useEffect in your program. And that was all about the useEffect. And now you know that you can do anything after you use your API. For example, you have called your API, you have some alerts into your program, or you are using some other stuff. With the help of useEffect, you have the power to do anything that you want after the call of your API, your functions, your objects, and different things. So this is how hooks work, and this is how useEffect hook works. That's it for this one. In this video, we'll talk about another hook, and this time we'll talk about useReducer. Well, if I say that useState and useReducer are pretty similar, it wouldn't be wrong. In fact, useState was built on useReducer. But then why there was a need to have useReducer when we had useState? Well, in this video, I'll show you that why do we use useReducer when we can use useState. Well, one of the benefit of using useReducer is it gets used to change the state, and with that, you can change more than one state at a time. With useState, we could only change the state of one thing, but useReducer allows you to do more. So I'll show you an example so that you can have a better idea. So first of all, what I'll do here, I'll import useReducer, and now let's start with it. Just like useState hook, I'll write here constant, and in that we take two variables. Well, the default way, or you can say the traditional way of using useReducer is we write here state, which is the initial state, Then for the second variable, we write here dispatch. Dispatch means send, and basically what we want here, we want to send a message or send an action to whom. I'll write here useReducer, and as the name suggests, useReducer, it uses a function, and traditionally we call this function as reducer. Do not worry, I'll create this function so that you can understand it. After that, if you remember, we pass an initial value for our state, or you can say for our counter or for our initial value. But as I have told you that with useReducer, we can set the state of more than one thing. That is why I'll take an object, and in that object, I'll set the value of my constant as 0. This is the initial value. So this is how we declare our useReducer. Now we need to create a function, or you can say a component for our reducer, as it gets used by our useReducer hook. So here I'll create this one. I'll create it outside my main component. So I'll write here constant reducer, and that will be equals to, and here I'll take two variables, or you can say two inputs. And for the second one, I'll write here action, and this is what I'll be using to change the states in my useReducer. After that, I'll use an arrow function, and then I'll start the boundary. Now in that, whenever we use reducer function, we have to use switch statement. So I'll write here switch, and inside my switch, I'll take action and I'll check its type. So I'll write here action.type, and after that I'm ready to use my switch statement. Now, as we know that in our switch statement we have different cases. So what I'll do here, I'll write here case, and then I'll define my case, and here I'll write increment. So here I'll return curly braces count. What I want to change in my count, I'll write here state dot count plus 1. It means check the initial state of my count, and whatever it is, increment it by 1 whenever this case happens. I'll do the same for my decrement. So for that purpose, I'll just copy that and I'll paste it. Instead of increment, I'll change it to decrement. So I'll write here decrement, and here I'll also change it to -1. Here we have an error. This is because we have to put this curly brace out of this boundary. And now we are good to go. Let's save this, and here we do not have any problem. And we also know that in our switch statement, we also have to handle the other situations that are not defined. So for those kind of scenarios, I'll write here default, and I'll write here throw new error. It means whatever the condition you face, just throw a new error if it is not defined in my switch statement. We are ready to go now, and here if you see, I have written here increment and decrement. What I can do one more thing in here, as I can define them. I'll write here constant action. It is a built-in function or a built-in property of React.js, and that will have two scenarios. One for increment, and I'll equal it to increment, comma, and then for the decrement, I'll write here decrement, colon, and here I'll write decrement. And here we have an error because here we have to put equal to sign. Now we are good to go. Let's save this. So instead of writing increment in here, in our case, I'll write here action dot increment, and I'll do the same for my decrement. I'll write here action dot decrement, and I think we do not need these inverted commas anymore. So I'll remove both of these, and as you can see, it has taken it on its own. Now let's save this, and down here in my main component, I'll use h1 tag first of all. In my h1 tag, I will print out the value of my count. that is the initial value. So for that I'll write here state.count and let's save this. Now we need to create different buttons for the increment and decrement functions. So I'll write here button, hit enter, let's close this, and in my button I'll create an on-click event. In that I'll have an arrow function. So after that, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to call my dispatch. And what I want to do with it? Well, I want to perform an action. And here I have to define the type of action that I want to perform. Because if you remember, dispatch sends a message that I want to do something. What do you want to do? I'll write here action dot increment, and this button will be used for the increment. Now let's create another button for the decrement. So I'll just copy that and I'll paste it in here, and instead of plus I'll write here minus, and instead of increment I'll write here decrement. Okay, here I have to write increment, so I'll write here increment. Now let's save this, and here it says webpack compiled successfully. So this is our app, and now if I click on this plus button, here you can see it is incrementing the value, and if I click on minus, it is decrementing the value. It means our useReducer is working pretty fine and there are no problems. Let me go back. Now if I say that useReducer is better than useState, you might have an idea that why is that so? Well, one of the reason is if you have more than one state, you can handle it with your useReducer. For example, you can define another state in here, then another, and you can keep going on. You cannot do that with your useState, as it only allows you to change one state. So I hope now you know what's the benefit of using useReducer and what's the difference between useState and useReducer. And that also brings us to the end of this video. So in this video, we are going to talk about pure components. Well, as you know about the states and props, and you also saw the examples of each, and we also talked about the components, what they are and how they work. Because pure component also work with state and props, and we also need to know and we also need to understand what is component and how it works. Well, a pure component is one such component that renders the same output for same state and props, and class component that extends the react.pureComponent class are treated as pure component. Do not worry, I'll show you the example in very detail. In real word, or if I say that in easy word, we can also take pure component as such component that stops the re-rendering of components. For example, let's say that there is a name of a person that we have set in a particular state, and click of our button, we are setting the same name and we are not changing the value. So on every click of the button, the component will re-render, and on the other hand, the pure component will not do that. First, it will check if the value got changed or not. In case if the value is same or the name of the person is same, it will not re-render your component. In case the value is updated, then it will re-render your component. So how cool is that? And imagine you have a huge application, or you have large number of buttons available in your application. So it will save a lot of resources for your application in case of re-rendering. So that's the benefit of using pure components. Now let's have the example to understand it in a better way. First of all, I want to talk to you about one more thing in here, and that is we use pure component with class component as mentioned earlier. So first of all, instead of writing here function, I'll write here class app, and now we'll extend it from our pure component. So I'll write here react.pureComponent. Either you can do that, or we have another way that we can follow, and that is import react, curly braces, and inside our curly braces we'll import our pure component. So I'll write here pure component, and if you go with this way, remove react dot from here, and now you are good to go. Down here we are getting some of the errors, and do not worry. So whenever we use class component, you know that we have to use constructor as well. So what I'll do here, I'll write here constructor, its braces, and now I'll start its boundary. Inside it, we have to include our super keyword. So I'll just do that, semicolon, and then I'll write here this dot state equals its curly braces, and inside that I'll include my variable. I'll call my variable as number, and I'll assign it the value as 1. So we are done with our constructor. Now we need to call our render. So I'll get out of my constructor, I'll call my render here. Here it is. Let's have its braces and let's have its boundary. We are good to go with its boundary, and our return statement will come inside of our render. So I'll have my closing bracket of my render, and we are good to go. Here we have an error, and this is because here we have to use colon instead of equal. And now if I save this, and if you see here, we do not have any error this time. Now what we need to do, we need to print this particular value. So I'll hit enter and I'll use h1 tag. So I'll write here pure component and then give it a space, and here I'll call the variable. So for that I'll write here this dot state dot number, which is my variable. Before we move ahead, let's change it back to component, because let's see our program and let's see how it works with component, and then we'll move towards the pure component, because I want to show you that how our application and how our component gets re-rendered after change in a value and after not change in a value. So let's save this and let's head to our web browser. So here we have a value as pure component, and here is the value of our number, which is 1. Now let's get back and let's update this value. So here let's take a button. So I'll write here button, and inside that button I'll write here update the value of number. And inside my button, I'll create an on-click event. Here it is. And now I'll use an arrow function. After that, I'll set the value of my number to update it. So first of all, I'll write here this dot set state. And for that, I'll have its braces. And inside that, I will have its curly braces. Here I'll write number colon this dot state dot number plus 1. It means whenever I click on this button, increment by 1 in this particular variable, which is number. Now let's save this, and now let's click on this particular button. So here we are updating the value on every click. Now what I want to do, I want to check if our component is getting re-rendered every time when we click here or not. So for that purpose, I'll head back to my Visual Studio Code, and here I'll write console.warn, and inside that I'll print a message to check if our component is getting re-rendered again and again. So I'll write here pure component re-rendering. Let's save this and let's head back to our web browser. So remember, now we are incrementing our number with 1. Let's inspect our program or our file here. Here it is. Let me go to my console. And now if I click on this particular button, it should re-render our component every time I click here. So here if you see, it is re-rendering every time. It is good because we know that every time we click on the button, we are getting new value for our number. And because of that, our component should re-render in order to get the new value. Here it is, as you can see. Now let's head back, and now let's do not change this value in here. I'll keep the value as it is, which is 1. Let's save this, let's stop this, and let's reload our page. Now if I click on this button, this value will not increment, and in that case, it should not re-render my component. But here it is re-rendering my component every time I click on this particular button. Well, why is that so? Well, this is because we are not using pure component and we are using simple component. And that's a benefit of pure component, or you can say this is the drawback of using simple component. Now let's head back and let's use pure component to get rid of this problem. Well, to use your pure component, we do not have to do a lot of things. As I have mentioned at the start of the video, that either you can directly call your pure component in here with the help of your React. So I'll just write here react.pureComponent, or you can import your pure component with your React at the start of your program. So I'll just do that. So here I'll write pure component, and from here I'll just remove that. Save this program, and now let's increment the value in here. So I'll write here +1. Let's save this, head back to our web browser, and now if I click on this button, here we are getting the increment in the value, and it is also re-rendering our component. Now let's have a constant value for our variable. So for that I'll just remove it from here. I'll save my program. Let's reload it. And now let's try to update it. Well, as you can see, now it is not updating the value, and at the same time it is not re-rendering our component. So how cool is that? And because of that, we are not overutilizing our resources with re-rendering of our components that was not necessary or not needed. So this is the benefit of using pure component, that it only renders your application or your component when there is a change or when there is a need. So that was all about it, and now I'll show you that how you can use your pure component with props, because now we have seen that how to use it with state. Let's go for props. Well, for props, first of all, let's create a new file. I'll name this file as employees.js. Let's open this one. First of all, I'll simply write here import React from React. After that, here we have an error because we have to write here the right spelling. So I'll write here import, and now we are good to go. After that, let's have our class component. So I'll write here class employees extends react.pure component. I'm not going to include it at the top of my program or component. After that, let's have its boundary. Inside it, first of all, what we need to do, we need to have our render, and for that we'll have its braces and then its curly braces or its boundary, and inside that we'll have a return statement. So I'll just do that. Let's have braces for our return, and inside our return we'll have our HTML tags. So first of all, I'll write here div, and inside our div we can have anything. First of all, I'll take h1 tag, and in that I'll write here pure component with props. Let's save this, and we have to export this program as well. Let me remove these extra spacing. At the end of it, I'll write export default space name of my component, and that is employees. Let's save this, head back to our app.js, and now first of all we need to import our employees in here. So I'll write here import space employees space from employees. I'll write here /employees. Let's save this, and after that what we need to do, we need to include this as a tag into our return. So instead of having this particular message where we are getting the value from our number, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove it and I'm going to include my employees in here. So I'll write here employees, and here we are good to go. And what I want to do here, I want to get the value of my number, which is right here. So for that purpose, I'll write here number equals my curly braces, and inside that I'll use this dot state dot number. Let's save this, and now what we are going to do, we are going to get this value in this one, which is employees, and then we are going to pass this particular value to this component. How we can do that? So first of all, what I'll do here, I'll use another h tag. This time I'll use h2, and inside it I'll write here value of our counter is, and then I'll have curly braces. Inside that I'll call my props. So first of all I'll write here this dot props, because we are getting the value with the help of props. After that again dot, and write the name of the variable, which is number. Let's save this. Head back to our web browser. Here it says value of our counter is 1. If I click on this, it is not updating the value. Why is that so? Let's head back and find out. Here it is. Here we have our app.js, and it is not updating the value because we are not incrementing it in here. So I'll write here +1. Let's save this, and now let's head back to our employees.js file. Here we have pure component with props. Value of our counter is this.props.number. So here we are. Let's inspect it one more time, and this time go to console and let's click on this button. So here, as I click on this button, it is incrementing it by 1, and along with that here you can see we are getting re-rendered component every time. So every time I click here, it is re-rendering my component again and again. Well, that shows that our pure component is working fine when we are changing the state of our variable, or when we are simply changing the state. Let's head back and let's make it constant. This time in my app.js file, I'll just remove +1, and now the value of our number will remain 1. Let's save this, head back, reload this one. And now if I click on this, it will stay 1. It will not change it. But at the same time, as you can see, it is not changing, or it is not re-rendering our component at the same time. That shows that pure components make sure that you do not re-render your component if there is no change in the state. How cool is that? And that also makes sure that we are not overutilizing our resources. And with that, we got to the end of this video. I hope now you know that how pure component works and what are their benefits. I'll see you in the next part of this course with another concept of React.js. So in this video, we are going to talk about useMemo hook in React.js. Well, if I talk about the definition, this hook gets used for the improvement of our application. And as we use pure component with class components, we use useMemo hook with functional component. Memo came from memorization. It is like caching a value so that we do not have to recalculate it again. If we talk about the memorization concept in terms of programming, well-memorized function remembers the result of output for a given input. For example, if there is a function that we have created to add two numbers, let's say the parameters are 3 and 2, the answer will be 5. But if the next time the parameters are same, then it will return the cached value without computing it again. In React, we also use this concept, as when in React component, the state and props do not change, the component does not get re-rendered. It shares the same output. And now let's move ahead and let's see the practical example of it to understand it in a better way. So here is my component, and let's use useStateHook in it. So I'll write here constant, and in that I'll have two variables. First one, let's take it as a, and for the second one I'll take it as update_a. That will be equal to useState, and then the initial value will be 0, or you can take anything. I'll go with 0. So as we have used useState in here, we also have to include it up here. It has taken it on its own. Now we are good to go. So I'll just hit enter now. Now what we need to do, in my return, I'll print out the value of a, and that will be 0 by default. So I'll write here h2, and in that I'll write here value of a is, after that call your variable, which is a right here. Save this. Do not worry, we have a warning in here, and that is we have not used update_a after declaring it. And here it says value of a is 0. Now let's create a button in order to update the value of our a variable. So I'll create a button in here, and in that button I'll have an on click event. And in that, what I'll do, I'll use an arrow function, and then I'll call my variable, which is update underscore a. And for that, the value will be a plus 1. It means whenever I call or I click on this particular button, it will increment by 1 into this particular variable. Let's save this. Here it says compiled successfully. And before we move ahead, let's give some label to our button. So I'll write here update the value. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. Now if I click on this, we'll see that we'll have an increment into this particular value. Here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and keep going on. And now let's create one more component, and I'll name this component as child.js. You can name it anything. First of all, I'll write here import react from, and inside that again I'll write here react. After that, let's have a function as function child, its braces and its boundary. After that, let's return it. So I'll write here export default child, and now we are good to go. What I'm going to do in here is I'm going to take a variable as let counter equals 0. Inside my function, I'm going to increment this counter. So I'll write here counter plus plus. Let's head back to our app.js and import our child class or child component. So I'll write here import child from ./child. Let's include it into our return statement as well. So I'll write here child and we are good to go. Let me correct the spellings in here. Let's do one more thing in here. Instead of using React, let's use useEffect hook along with it. So I'll just include that as well. So I'll just do that here, and now I'll call it in here. So I'll write here useEffect, and then its braces will have its callback function and then its boundary. So I'll just do that, and let's include counter inside our useEffect. So I'll just paste it, let's save it in here. And now let's have a return for our function, which is child. And in that, what we are going to do, we are going to print out the counter. And with the help of that, we'll be able to find out that how many number of time our component got rendered. So what I'll do here, I'll just include HTML tag, and this time I'll use h2. And I'll write here component rendered. After that, I'll call my counter. So I'll write here counter times. Let's save this, and here we have compiled it successfully. Let's head to our web browser and let's see if it works, and let's see how many times our component gets rendered. So here we are. Initially the value of a is 0 and component also got rendered 0 time. If I click on it, here you can see our value of a is 4 and component getting rendered 5 times. If you keep clicking on it, every time there is a change in a value, there is also an increment in the number of time our component getting rendered. Well, why is that so? Well, this is because we are not using useMemo hook. And after every change in the value, our application is re-rendering our component, and because of that, there is overutilization of resources. With the help of useMemo hook, we'll be able to get rid of this problem. So what we need to do now, we need to import our useMemo hook as well. So I'll write here useMemo. Here we are, and here I'll use my useMemo. So I'll just hit enter, and inside it we'll have a return back function or callback function. I'll just do that, and after that we'll have an empty array. So I'll just take that as well. Now let's hit enter, and inside this particular hook, which is useMemo, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return my child component, which is this one. So I'll just write here child, and we are good to go. So now instead of rendering this particular child, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass it into my useMemo, and it will memorize its values and it will not increment our rendering or our counter. And now what we need to do, we need to store this one into a variable because we cannot use it directly. So first of all, I'll write here constant, and you can take any variable as per your liking. I'll name my variable as memo underscore variable equals, let's save this. And now we have to use this variable wherever we want to call this. So what I'll do here, I'll take another h2 tag and here I'll write memorized counter. Let's save this. Again, I'll take another h2 variable, and in that I'm just going to call my variable that I have used for useMemo hook, and that is memo underscore variable. And now if I save this, here you can see we do not have any error. So basically what we have done here, instead of rendering our child, we are rendering our useMemo hook. And here it will not re-render our component if there is no change in the parameter, or if I say props and states. If there is a change in any state or props, then it will re-render our component. So first of all, let's save this. Let's head to our web browser. So if I click on this button now, we'll see the increment in the value of A, and we'll see the increment in the number of render time. So let's click on it, and here you can see we are getting the increment. Well, as you can see, after the memorized counter where we have used useMemo hook, there is no increment in render times because it is not getting rendered. And as mentioned earlier, this is because we are passing the same values and there is no change in the props and states. Now what we need to do, what if I pass a variable in here, and because of that the state will be changed. And now if I save this, let's reload our program. And now if I click on this button, you will see that our component rendered 0 time value will change in the memorized counter section. Why is that so? Well, now our component have different parameter, and the value of A, which is a parameter, is getting changed. And because of that, our component is getting re-rendered again and again. So this is a benefit of using useMemo hook, as it makes sure that you only render your component when there is a change in your parameter or there is a change in your props and states. And that's it for this video. I hope now you know that how to use useMemo hook and what are the benefit of using it. I'll see you in the next one. So in this video, we are going to talk about controlled and uncontrolled components in React.js. First of all, let's talk about the controlled components. Well, the controlled components are those components in which forms data gets handled by the component states. It takes the current value through the props and then makes the changes through callbacks like onClick, onChange, etc. At the same time, the parent component manages its own state and then it passes the new values as the props to controlled components. And if we talk about the benefit of controlled component, well, it allows us to keep all the component states in React state instead of relying on DOM to retrieve the elements value. Well, in uncontrolled component, I'll talk about them in very detail, but in those, we control everything through DOM like we used to do in jQuery. For example, we used to have get element by ID, get ID, and then we used to change the data in our form. But this is not how we do it in controlled component. I'll show you the example so that you can have better understanding about it. First of all, let's have a form into our HTML tag or div, and inside that I'll have a label. So I'll write here label, and inside my label I'll write here name. And now let's take an input field. So I'll write here input. Let's close this and let's have its type. So I'll write here type equals, and inside that let's have a text type. After that you can have its value. So I'll write here value equals, and you can give it any default value. Let's give it 0, 0, 0. After that, here you can name it anything. I'll leave it as it is. Let's save this. So here we have a label, and then we have input type or text field. And here we have a default value which is 0, 0, 0. And if I try to change this value, I cannot do it. Well, what if I want to change this value and I want to remove these zeros and I want to input something else? Well, for that purpose, we have to use states. And here comes the controlled component concepts. So let's head back and let's talk about it. Before we move ahead with the states, if I remove this value, which is by default 0, 0, 0, now let's save this. And now if I try to change this value, I can do so. Here I can input anything, I can input any number, any symbol, and anything I like. But I want to do this and I want to update the value of this field with the help of states using controlled components. So first of all, let's include useState hook into our React. So I'll write here useState, and here we are good to go. Now let's take constant, or you can use let. I'll write here const, and in that I'll have two variables. First one can be value and second one will be update underscore value. After that equals useState, and in that we'll take a default value. You can take 0 or you can give an empty string. It's all up to you. I'll go with empty string, hit enter, and here where we had our value, I'll assign this particular variable. So I'll write here value equals, and here I'll call my variable which is val. Now if I save this, and now if I try to enter something in here, I cannot do so. Well, why is that so? Because the value that we are getting in here is an empty string, and that empty string cannot get replaced without the help of our state. And here to change its value, we have to take an event as onChange. As you know that we used a lot of time on click event when we were using our buttons. Here I'll call onChange, and in onChange what I'm going to do, I'm going to take an arrow function. So first of all, I'll create an arrow function, and after that I'll call my variable which was update val. So I'll just write here update val, and inside that, first of all, here we have to take an event and it is called as e. And here inside my update val, what I'm going to pass, I'll write here e dot target dot value, which is this one. So I'll just write here value, and now if I save this program, and now if we try to change the value inside our input field, we'll be able to do so. And here we have a text field, and if I try to enter anything in here, I can do so. I can write any string, any number, any special character, or anything as per my liking. So it means it is working now. Let's take another input field. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy everything from here and I'll paste everything down there. In terms of my variable, I'll just write here value 1 and update value 2. And I'll just copy this one as well. Let's paste it down here. And again, let's change the variable names. So I'll write here 1. And again, I'll write here 1. And here we have two input fields and we can write anything in both of those. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take h2 tag, and in that tag, I'm going to print the values that we are getting in those text fields. So first of all, I'll call my val, which is my first state or first constant. And down here, I'll call my second. Let's save this. Okay, here I have to write 1, and here if I write anything in the first field, I'll get downward as well. Let's write something in the second field, and down here we are getting the output, or you can say the response. Now here is one thing, and that is in case if you want to show the default value inside your input field, you can write here default value equals, and here you can pass anything. If I write here 0, 0, 0, or let's write here ABC, you can write anything in here. If I save this, it is not showing up into my text field. Well, why is that so? Well, it is because we are printing our value in here. If I remove this from here, now if I save this, here now it is showing my default value into the text field. But in case if you want to show your value in here, for that purpose, what you have to do, you have to remove your default value, and in here the value for your variable should be changed. So now if I write here ABC, if I save this, now again it is showing ABC. So this is how you have to work with it. And that also brings us to the end of controlled component. And this is how we use them. And this is how we manipulate, or you can say we change the data inside our fields when we are using forms. Now let's talk about the uncontrolled components. Before we move ahead, let's remove all of these things because we do not need them now. After that, I'll remove these constants for my useState hook as well. I'll remove my useState from import. And now let's talk about uncontrolled component. Well, unlike controlled component where we use states in order to handle the data into the fields of our form, in uncontrolled component, it just works like the HTML form, in which it has not the ability to handle the value by itself, but DOM object gets used to handle the input values into the input field. DOM take care of handling the value, and then we can use those values using the React ref. And I'll show you the example to understand it in a better way. And remember one thing in here, and that is ref, because that is very important in here. For example, if I include it right here, I'll just write here use ref. Here it is. So it is another hook that we use in Reactjs, just like useEffect, useState, etc. Now, before we move ahead, just like earlier, we have to have some input fields, or we can also have some labels. So first of all, let's take a label in here. You can name this anything. I'll write here name. After that, we need to have input field. So I'll write here input. I'll close this. In terms of its type, let's take a text type. We are good to go. Let's save this. So here we have a label, and then we have a text field or input field. Let's remove everything from here. After that, as we are talking about form, and we can have button in it as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a button in it as well. And then we have to give some value or some label to our button. I'll write here submit. Let's save this now. And if I click on this submit button, here you can see our application is getting reloaded every time I click here. Well, as we know that with React.js, we create single page application and we do not want to do this reloading thing. To get rid of this problem, we have a solution in here. So as the reloading was happening on the submission of our form, so that is why I'll call on submit onto my form, and when I click on this button, I want to call a function. So I have not created a function right now, but let's call it. So I'll call my function as form underscore submission. And now let's create this function with the name of form submission. So I'll write here form underscore submission. But before that, we have to write here function because we are creating a function in here. After that, let's have its braces, and then let's start its boundary. Now, inside this function, we have to call an event, and that event is called as e. After that, dot, and I'll write here prevent default. Okay, here it says else. I have to remove LSE. Now it's okay. And here we have an error because it is not defined. So we have to pass it in here as well. Now if I save this, now we do not have any error. And now if I write anything in this, and if I try to click on submit, it is not reloading my application or my page. And this is what we wanted to achieve. So we are good to go by now. Let's move ahead. Now, as we have used our hook as useRef, now let's take a variable for it. So first of all, what I'll do here, I'll write here let, and after that you can name your variable anything. I'll name it as ref underscore var, means variable. And just like we used to do with useState, we'll have equal sign, and then we'll write here useRef, which is a reference or instance of it, and then inside its braces you pass the value. At the moment, I'll pass null value. Let's save this. Now, what we need to do? We need to use this variable that is for useRef inside our input field. And down here inside my input field, in terms of its reference, I'll pass this variable. So I'll write here ref equals, and after that variable which is ref underscore value. Okay, we have to write it inside the curly braces. So I'll just have my curly braces and then I'll write here ref underscore variable, and now we are good to go. So basically, when we'll click on this button, it will take the value and it will pass to this particular variable, and then this variable will pass this to useRef instance, which is right here. Now inside my form submission function, what I'll do, I'll write here console.log, and inside it I'll write here the value of our input field is, comma, give it a space, and here I'll call the variable for my value which is inside my input field, and that is ref underscore variable dot current dot, what we want to take? We want to take the value. So I'll just write here we have an error. Well, this is because we have to put the comma. Now give it a space. Let's save this now, and here we do not have any error. And now let's inspect it, and inside my console, let's try to give it something. I'll give it as Zubair, or let's give it skills build. And now let me remove this one. And now if I click on this submit button, here it is passing the values, and here it says the value of our input field is skills build. If I click on it again, here it is increasing the number of messages, and if I click on again, here it will say 5. The value of the input field is skills build. Well, as we talked about that we control our uncontrolled documents or uncontrolled component with the help of DOM objects. Well, let's try to do that as well. Now we used a hook, but now I'll show you that how we can do that with the help of a DOM object like we used to do with jQuery. So what I'll write here ID equals, and you can name it anything. Basically, you will write the name of the variable that you are going to use. So I'll write here input underscore by underscore ID. Let's copy this one, and inside our form submission function, what I'll write here let, after that input by ID equals, I'll write here document dot get element by ID dot value. And just like we did the console for our value for our input field, I'll do the same for my second field. So I'll write here, instead of ref underscore var dot current dot value, I'll just write here name of the variable for my get element by ID, and that is input by ID, and in the message I'll write here the value of our second input field is, then we'll take this value. Let's save this. So let's reload this one. Let's write anything in here. Let's write anything in here as well, and let's click on submit. So basically we are getting the value for both of these fields, as you can see. But here, if you see here, it says undefined for the second input field. Well, why is that so? Well, this is because we have to pass the value into our get element by ID as well. So I'll write here input by ID. Now if I save this, and now if I write anything in here, I'll write skills build, and in my second input field I'll write here YouTube channel. If I click on this submit button, here we are getting the input for both of these fields. For the first one it says skills build, and for the second one it says YouTube channel. So basically what we have done, we have tried to control our uncontrolled component both with the useRef hook and with the get element by ID, or basically if I say document object model as well. So this is how uncontrolled component works. And that also brings us to the conclusion of this video, as we have talked about the controlled and uncontrolled component, and we also saw the examples of each. So in this video, we are going to talk about another component, and this time we'll talk about high order component in React.js. While in simplest of terms, high order component or HOC is such a component that takes component as input and gives the component as output as well. We also call this as a reusing component logic, and they are inspired by the high order function that we have in JavaScript. Now I'll show you the example, and I'll show you that how we take a component as an input inside a component and how we output a component. So this is my app.js file. First of all, what we need to do, we need to create a function or a component in here. So I'll write here function, and then I'll name it as marker. After that, its braces. Let's start its boundary. In that, I'll return something. First of all, I'll write here label, and then I'll name my label as marker function. Let's save this, and here it says marker is defined but never used. Do not worry about this one. This is my web browser. I do not have anything except HOC, and that HOC coming from this particular tag. Now what we need to do, we need to include this component into our main component. But before that, what I want to do, I want to use a useState hook in here. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to import it. So I'll write here useState, and down here inside my function, I'm going to use it. So I'll write here constant, and I'll take two variables. I'll take as num, and second one will be update underscore num equals to useState, and the default value can be anything. I'll take default value as 0. Now it's time to print this one. So I'll take h2 tag, and in that I'll call my variable, which is num. Okay, here we have an error, and this is because we have to use all these HTML tags in one tag. So I'll create a div in here. I'll just cut the closing tag, and I'll paste it right after my h2 tag, and now we are good to go. After that, in order to update the value of this variable, we can create a button just like we did in many videos. After that, here we need to create an onClick event. So I'll write here onClick, and inside that I'll have my arrow function, and then what I'll do, I'll call my variable, which is update underscore num, and inside its braces I'll update the value of my number by 1. And here we have an error, and this is because we have to declare our constant inside the boundary of our component. Now let's save this, and before we move ahead, we have to include this component into our main. So what I'll do here, I'll hit enter, and I'll write here mark or marker, and after that I'll just close the tag. And here again we have an error, and this is because we have to use the first character of our component as capital. Let's change it from here as well, and here it says webpack compiled successfully. We do not have given any name to our button, so what I'll do here, I'll write here update marker. Now let's save this. Here we have output as marker function 0, and down here we have a button. Let's click on it and let's update the values. So here we have 5, 6, 7. It means it is working pretty fine. Now, what if I want to have one more function, or I want to have one more component with the same functionality? Well, for that purpose, what I need to do, I just need to copy it, and I just need to paste it one more time. Let's save it again, and here we have two functions with two update marker, and both of them are working independently and there is no collision between them. Now let's say I need to use these components with different properties. For example, let's say I want to use first one with different background, or you can say with different picture, different style, and I want to use second one with different properties. In order to do so, I cannot use them directly, or I cannot assign these kind of properties to these components directly. For that purpose, I have to use a wrapper, and only then I'll be able to assign them different properties as per my liking. So first of all, what I need to do here, I need to create another component. So I'll write here function wrapper, or you can name it anything. You can name it as high order component, or you can name as per your liking. I'll write here wrapper, but again I have to make sure that first word of my component is a capital one. Now why I have named it wrapper? Because it will function just like a wrapper for my this component that I'm going to call into my main component, and inside that I'll use h2 tag, and here I'll write wrapper component. Let's save this. And now instead of using our marker, or instead of using our this component, we will not call them directly. I'll just remove them. This time I'll call my wrapper component. So I'll just write that. And now inside this component, we need to pass a component that is marker. So I'll write here CMP, that stands for component, and then I'll pass the name of my component, that is marker. So I'll just write here marker, and now we are good to go. And now inside my wrapper component, what I need to do, I need to pass this component so that we can have a connection. So I'll just remove this one, and I'll use another tag in here, and I'll call my props.cmp, which is the name of this component in here. Now, as you know that whenever we pass something from one component to another, we use props. So I'll just write here props, or you can name anything right here. Okay, here we have an error. I'll just remove both of these, and now we are good to go. But this time it will not print anything, or it will not show anything onto our browser. Why is that so? Well, this is because we have to return it as well. After that, I'll have its opening brace, and at the end of it, I'll have its closing one. Now let's save this, and here you can see we have update marker, and it is working pretty fine. So if you see here, we have not called our component directly. Instead, we have passed our component inside another component, and then we have used that component that is working as a wrapper, and we have called it into our main component. So basically, input is component, output is component, and the thing that is functioning on both of those is also component. Now let's have different properties for each components in here. So for that purpose, what I need to do, I need to just change their styles. So first of all, inside my h2 tag, I'll write here style equals. After that, we have to use double curly braces. Inside that, I'll call my background color, or you can call any property as per your liking. So this is right here background color, and then you can assign any color as per your liking. I'll go with yellow. Let's save this, and let's name this wrapper as wrapper underscore yellow. Let me copy this one. I'll change the name in here as well. Now let's save this, and here we have our marker with yellow background, and it is working as well. Let's move back. This time what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this component, and I'm going to paste it down here. Let's do that one more time. So instead of yellow, let's go with another color. This time I'll go with blue, and down here instead of yellow, I'll also call my blue. And in my main component, I'll just copy this one, I'll paste it, and I'll paste it one more time for another color. So instead of yellow, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call my blue, and I'll do that here as well. So I'll just copy this, and I'll replace this with blue. For our third wrapper component, let's have a different color. You can have anything. I'll go with green, and I'll change the color here as well. So I'll just write here green, and we have to do here as well. Let's copy this, and let's paste it here as well. And here you can see we have three different marker functions. with 3 different update marker options, and here you can see all of them are working and each one of them have their own update marker, and all of them are working pretty fine individually without any collision between them. So that shows that how we can make any number of component having their own properties and their own functionalities. And now let's give it some height and width. So in terms of my height, I'll write here height. I think 180 pixels should be enough. After that again write a comma, and in terms of my width, I'll again go with 180 pixel because it will look like a square. Now let's save this, and here you can see this is how it looks like. Well, you can arrange it as per your own liking. You can increase the width or you can increase the height as well. As you can see, button is out of this box. You can always change these values. You can have different background picture for this one. You can have different background color, different style, different padding, margin, etc. But what we wanted to achieve with this video was how to use high order component in React.js, what they are, how do they work, and how we can communicate with different component using high order component. And that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. In this video, I'll talk about get method API in React.js. So first of all, let me show you how API looks like. Well, this is an API and here it has all the data and everything here is in JSON form. Here we have user ID, then we have the title, and here we have the body. And this is the data of one user. This is the second one, this is third, fourth, and if you keep going on, you will have the data of around 100 people. And in case if you are wondering that from where did I get this data, just go to jsonplaceholder.typecode.com/post and it will take you to this particular page, and from here you can have all of this. Now we are ready to use this. So basically this is an API, and let's say I want to get all of this data onto my website. So as I want this data, it means I want to get this data. So in APIs, we have different methods like get, post, push, delete, etc. For example, if we want to post the data or push the data from our side to something else, then we'll use push method. But as we are getting the data, we need the data. That is why we'll use get method, and for that I'll use fetch. So this is an API and this is its link. First of all, let's copy this one and let's head back to our Visual Studio Code. So here I'll write fetch, and inside my fetch I'll paste the API link. This is the API link. After that, this fetch returns us some promise, and to get this we write here dot then, and in then we have arrow method or arrow function. So I'll just write that, and after our arrow function we have to get the data that is in JSON form, and for that we have to use a variable in here. You can name your variable anything. I'll name it as data, and down here I'll write data.json, and this JSON also return us the promise or return us the function. So right here then, and again we need to use our arrow function. So I'll just do that. So I'll write here equal arrow, and then I'll have my curly braces. So as this promise also give us some results, and to get those results we again have to use some variable in here. So what I'll do now, I'll use another variable. I'll name this variable as answer, or you can write response, or you can write here output or anything. I'll write here output. After that, let's print this one. So I'll write console.log, and inside my braces I'll print a message as output of API, comma, and then I'll call my variable which is output at this moment. Now let's save this and let's head to our web browser. Here if I right click on my screen, I'll go to inspect, and after that I'll go to my console. Here you can see here it says output of API array, and it has 100 entries, and these are all the data that are available. We have user ID, then title, and then we have the body of this particular user. So if you scroll down, you will see all of those 100 records in that particular API. So it means it is working pretty fine. I'll just close this one and let's head back. Now, one thing is very important in here, and that is we do not use or we never use API like this directly. For that, we use useEffect and useState as well. First of all, I'll call useState in here, and for that we have to import it as well. So I'll just import that. So I'll write here useState and we are good to go. And then we also need to import useEffect. I'll do that as well. Now here you can take constant or you can use let as well. Here you will name your first variable and your second variable as well. So I'll write here var1, and for my second that will update the data, I'll name it as variable2. And here we need to pass the default value. For default, I'll use an empty array because initially I do not want to take anything. Now, after that, we have to use useEffect hook as well. So for that purpose, I'll write here useEffect. And inside that, again, we have to use an arrow function. So I'll just do that, curly braces, and inside its curly braces, I'll paste all of this. So I'll just do that in here. And here where we have our output that is coming from our JSON, what I'll do, I'll write here my second variable, which is variable2, and basically this will update my data. And in that variable2, I will pass the output, and the name of the output is also output. So I'll just do that. Now let's save this, and now we are good to go. Let me remove all of these extra spacing so that it looks better now. And now what we need to do, we need to create a table so that we can get all of this data that we want from our API into our website. So for that purpose, go to your return, and after your div, create a table in here. So I'll just do that, and inside our table, what I need to do, I need to call tr, and then I'll have td. So I'll have td in here, and I want it 4 times because if you remember, we had 4 entries for each user. Now what we need to do, we need to call or we need to name these tds or these columns, and the first one was user ID, and second one was ID, third was title, and the fourth one was body. Let's save this, and here you can see this is how it looks like. While this is not the ideal thing that we wanted, let's get back. So we are done with the structure of our table. After our tr, here we need to use a map function, and for that we will use a variable that we have called in our useState, and that is variable1. After that, write here dot map and curly braces. Inside our curly braces, we use an arrow function. So just like that, hit enter. And now what you need to do, you just need to copy your table, basically tr, and paste it inside your map function. And we do not have any error. Inside your map function, you have to use a variable. You can name your variable anything because with the help of that particular variable, we get everything from our API, and then all of those entries will be presented in here inside our table. So you can name your variable anything. I'll name my variable as entries. I'll just copy this one. Now what we need to do, we need to use that variable, and that is entries dot, right here the first entry of your table, and that was user ID. Let me go back to the API so that we can confirm if we are writing the right spellings. So here if you see here it says user ID with capital I, then we have ID with all small letters, title with all small letters, and body is also with all small letters. So we have to change our I. So I'll just change it, and make sure you follow the structure, otherwise you will not be able to get the data onto your website. So again I'll write here entries dot ID. After that, for title I'll do the same. I'll write here entries dot title, and for the body I'll again use curly braces and I'll write here entries dot body. Let's save this and let's head back to our web browser. So here if you see, we have user ID, then the ID, then we have title in here, and here we have the body for each user. So this is all the data that we are extracting from this API and we are presenting it onto our website. Let's head back and let's have some border and let's have some background color for our table. So I'll write here background color, that should be green. I think it will look fine. Then let's have border for it. So I'll write here border, and I think 2 pixels should be enough. You can go with any value, and this is how it looks like. And now it is in more structured way. So if I scroll down, you will see we have all of those 100 entries that we had in this API. So this is how you can get the data from a particular API inside your React.js. Let me go back to my code. So it is a really simple phenomena. You use your fetch method, and in your fetch you passed your API link, and then it returns you something, and then it returns you the data in form of JSON, and then you also use your JSON to print out or get those datas into your web applications. And then you can have your structure in your table form, or you can use any type of structure in which you want to have that data. But make sure you follow the structure of your API, as we had 4 entries for each user. That is why I have 4 columns here as well. In case if you had 3 columns, it would have missed 1 entry for your output. But now as we are following the structure, that is why we have all the data that we wanted. So how easy it is and how cool it is. This was just an example API. You can have your own API. You can use other APIs that are available out there. For example, we have Google Maps API, Google Weather API that are available for free for some time. So you can use them and you can experiment on them as well. And that's it for this video. So in this video, we are going to talk about routing in React. Well, in React, router or routing helps us to navigate and create the different URLs that makes our web application. It also helps us by making sure that the user moves between the component of the app while preserving the state, and we can provide the URLs for component in our app. Basically, if I talk in simple words, with routing or routers, we convert our component in our React.js in the form of URLs. It means you can attach link with your component and you can make them a page. And as we know that with React.js, we make single page application. That is why we need to do something that makes sure that we have different URLs available in our website, but they stay on a single page. So I'll show you that how you can do that with the help of component. React Router is also one of the most popular routing framework in React. And the library that we are going to use is designed with the intuitive component to let our build a declarative routing system for our application. So let's start with routing. And first of all, we need to install a library in order to run and in order to use routers in our React.js. So for that purpose, I'll open a new terminal, and in that new terminal, I'll use a command. I'll write here npm space install space react dash router dash DOM. DOM stands for document object model. Hit enter. It will download and install a router, and then we'll move ahead. So let's wait for it. We are done here, and now I want to talk to you about one very important thing, and it will help you a lot. Go to your web browser and just write here router in React, hit enter, and click on the first link that says reactrouter.com. If you click on this link, it will take you to this website. Well, basically this website has a lot of information and all the information that you might need in order to understand the routers and how they work. And not only that, they also have a lot of examples. For example, this is the basic example, and here they have simply created 3 functions or 3 components, as you can see here, and they have created links for all of them. I'll also show you this example by implementing it in my VS Code. Then we have URL parameters, nesting, redirects, and a lot of other examples available in here. So if you see, this is the URL parameters. If I click on any of the link, I get ID as return. So head to this website and you will have all of the experience that you might want with your routers. Now let's head back to our VS Code and let's talk about it. Well, as we are done with installing our routers, now what we need to do, we need to create different components that we are going to use. And here I'll create 3 different components and then I'll show you that how we can connect them with the help of URLs or how we can convert them into links. So I'll write here function and name of my first function will be home, and after that I'll start its boundary. Let's return something into this one, and in return I'll have my div, as you know that we use divs, and inside my div I'll take h1 tag and I'll name it as home page, and after that you can have anything in this one as per your liking. Let's take h3 tag and let's write here this is home page of our application. We are done with the first component and now let's make second one. I'll name this one as inventory. I'll start its boundary. Let's have a return. Let's have its boundary. And now in that I'll use my div. So I'll write here div, and inside that again I'll use h1 tag, and this time I'll write here inventory page. After that let's have h3 tag, and in that I'll write here this is inventory page of our application. We are done with the two. Now let's have another one. I'm not going to write the code for this. I'll just copy this one. I'll just paste it downwards and I'll just change the name. So I'll name it as HR. After that, inside my h1 tag, I'll replace it with HR, and I'll do the same with my h3 tag. Now, as we are done with creating all of our components, now we need to include them into our main component. So first of all, I'll write here home. We are done with this one. Now I'll do the same for my inventory. We are done with inventory, and now we have to include HR as well. And we are done with this one as well. Now let's save this and let's head back to our web browser. So here if you see, we have home page and the message, then inventory page, and here we have HR page. So it means our application is working pretty fine till this point. Now let's head back. So as we are talking about the routing, what we need to do, we need to import the routing as well. So I'll write here import something from, I'll write here React router DOM. Inside your braces, what you are going to do, you are going to import a library, and the name of the library is browser route. And if the name is big for you, you can have a secondary name for that. I'll name it as BR. After that, just save your program and we are good to go here. Now, first of all, we need to create the link for our pages. So for that purpose, we have to include, or you can say import our links as well. We are done with importing it. Now it's time to create a link. First of all, we'll use our BR tag, which is browser route. We are done here. Now inside my browser route, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make link for my pages. So first of all, I'll write here link. I'll just close this. And inside my first link, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call it home page. And here I'll direct that where I want to go or where I want it to go. So I'll write here inverted commas, and inside I'll give the path as home. I'll do the same for other two pages or other two components as well. I'll use link and inside that I'll write here 2 equals, and I'll write here slash inventory. Let's do the same and let's have inventory in that as well. Let's just copy this one and let's paste it. And instead of inventory, I'll write here HR, and inside it I'll also write here HR. Now let's save this, and here we have nothing. Well, why is that so? Let's head back and find out. Well, this is because we have to use link with capital L. So I'll just replace it and I'll paste it everywhere wherever I have used it. So I'll replace it at the end of my tags as well so that it works really fine. We are done with everything, and now if I save this, here it says compiled successfully, and here you can see we have all the links that we wanted earlier, and it is changing the URL as well. This is home, now it is inventory, and now this is HR, and this is the name of the link. This is home page, inventory page, and HR page. And do not worry, as they are in the same line, I'll change it and I'll make sure that they are in separate lines. And one more thing here is that whenever we click on any of these links, they are not showing anything. Well, this is because we have not routed them to show or go where. Now I'll show you that how we can write a particular page to a particular link so that on the click of that particular link, it can show the particular content. Well, this phenomena is called as routing. So first of all, we need to include route in here as well. We are done here. And now what I need to do, or what I'm going to do in here is, I'm going to include route here. So I'll write here route, I'll just close this, and inside my route, what I'm going to do, I'm going to include my home tag or the tag of my home component. So I'll give it a space. Inside my router, I'll call my home, and we are good to go with this one. I'll just copy this one and I'll do the same for my inventory and for my HR as well. So instead of home, I'll replace it with inventory, and for the third one, I'll replace it with HR. So as we are done including all these three components, I'll remove them from the below. And now what they are doing, it is including all those components inside the route. But at the moment, route doesn't know that when to call these components. So for that purpose, we have to tell our route that when this happens, you should include all of these and show the content of this component onto my web page. So basically, we have to provide the path. So I'll write here path equals, again inverted commas, and now I'll give the path. First of all, I'll write here home. For the second, as we know, it is inventory. So I'll write here path equals inventory. And for the third one, as it is an HR component, so I'll just write here path equals inverted commas HR. Now let's save this. So here, if you see, if I click on my home, I get home page, and this is home page of our application message. If I click on inventory, inventory gets open, and if I click on HR, the HR gets opened. Well, as you can see, all of these are in the same line. Well, do not worry. Well, for that purpose, here I'll just add a BR tag. I'll just copy it and I'll paste it in here, and I'll paste it before my HR tag as well. Now let's save this and let's head back to our web browser. And here you can see now they are in separate lines and all of them are working. And that shows that our routing is perfectly fine and we have no problem with converting our components into link. And that brings us to the end of this video. I hope now you know that how you can use and work with routers. In this video, we'll talk about page not found or error 404. Well, you might have experienced that sometimes when we try to access a particular page, we get an error like error 404, or we get a message as page not found. Well, it happens in such circumstances when we try to achieve or when we try to get something that does not exist there. Let's say I have an application and I have 4 pages as HR, inventory, home, and we have about section. let's say someone comes and try to access a page that does not exist in my web application. Let's say name of that page is employee. But as I have 4 pages and someone is trying to access the 5th page, in that sort of situation, I should present a message as page not found to the user who is trying to access that page. Well, for that purpose, first of all, what we need to do here, we'll create some of the components and then we'll include those components into our main component and then we'll move ahead. First of all, I'll write here function and I'll name my function as home. Inside my home, what I'm going to do, I'm going to return a simple message as h1 and I'll write here, this is home page. After that, let's create another function. I'll write here function and I'll name this function as inventory. If you remember, we did the same in one of our previous videos. And inside that, I'll write here return and then I'll return an h1 tag again. So I'll write here, this is an inventory page. So instead of rewriting our code again and again, I'm going to just copy this and I'll paste it down here. I'll do the same one more time and I'll name this page as HR and I'll name this page as about. Let's change the messages as well. I'll write here HR and I'll write here about. Let's save this. And now what we need to do, we need to include all of these components that we have made into our main component. So for that purpose, I'll write here home. I'll close it. Now let's include our HR. Here it is. After that, let's do it for the inventory. Let's close this one. And at the end, let's include our about. Here it is. I'll close it. And now let's save this. Let's head to our web browser. So here you can see, here it says this is home page, this is an HR page, this is an inventory page, and this is an about page. It means we have successfully included our components into main components. Now we need to convert these components into links or clickable links. So let's head back. First of all, we need to import something. So I'll write here import. I'll have my curly braces from, I'll write here React router DOM. And inside it, I'll write here browser router and you can use it as or you can use it directly. After that, I'll import link. I'll also import route as well. So we are done here. Now it's time to convert these components into links. Before that, we have to use a wrapper in here. So I'll write here browse router. I'll close it and I'll cut it from here. And I'll paste it after my div. Now let's save this. There is no error, it means it is working pretty fine. Now here what I'll do, I'll write here link. I'll close it and inside my link I'll write here to. Now I'll give the path. For my home, I'll simply write home. Now what we need to do, I'll just copy this line and I'll paste it down here. I'll do it one more time and I'll do it for the 4th time as well. Now here I'll write home page and for the second one I'll head it to inventory and I'll write here inventory page. We are good to go here for the second one. For the third one, I'll change it to HR and the message will be HR page. We are left with the last one and I'll change it as well. I'll write here about and inside it I'll write here about page. Let's save this and here I'll put the BR tag after every link as well. So I'll write here BR and we are good to go. I'll just remove it. I'll use the other one. This is like I want to do. I'll copy this. I'll paste it after this one. I'll do the same here and let's do the same as here. Let's save this now and down here we need to create the routes for these links. So I'll write here route. Here it is. I'll just copy these tags. I'll paste it 4 times as we have 4 links. Let me remove it from here and here I'll give the path. So I'll write here space path equals inverted commas, I'll write here home, and for the page I'll write here element equals inside curly braces I'll include my home page, which is this one. So I'll write here home space and I'll close this. We are ready to go with this one. Now I'll just copy this part of the code and I'll paste it into every route that I have. I'll do it for the third time. Let me give a space in here and I'll do it again in here. Instead of having home every time, I'll change the name in here simply. So I'll write here inventory, here HR, and for the last one I'll write here about. We also have to change the path, so I'll write here inventory, and for the third one I'll write here about, and for the last one, for the third one I'll write here HR instead of about, and for the last one I'll write here about. Let's save this, and here it says a link is defined but never used, but we have defined it in here. Then why it is giving us a warning? Well, it is because we have to use link with capital L. So I'll just change it everywhere so that we do not have this warning anymore, and otherwise it wouldn't have worked as well. So let's change it in the closing tag as well. We are left with 2, so I'll change it here. I'll change it here as well. Let's save this, and here it says Webpack compiled successfully, and we will not get anything this time as well. Well, why is that so? Well, first of all, let me remove these tags. After that, here we have to include a tag for a route, because whenever we want to use route, we have to use routes tag, which is this one. Otherwise, we'll not be able to use a route or will not be able to make route of our component. I'll use that, and for that purpose you also have to import it as well. That we have done successfully. Now let's save this, and now we are good to go. And here it says home page, it says inventory page, here we have HR, and here we have about. And here if you see, we also have the address as per the page. For inventory it says inventory, for HR it says HR, for about page it says about. Now let's try to do something in here. What if I write here employees, and here it is not showing me anything and it is showing me the default page? Well, for these kind of things we should get a message as 404 or page not found. Well, this page not found is from our application that we have written in an h1 tag. Let me remove it, and then let's see if we get this message or not. And here you can see we do not have page not found message, and in these kind of scenarios we get that message so that the user know the things he is trying to access are not available or does not exist. Let's go back and let's get rid of this problem. Well, first of all, we need to create a component. So I'll come down and I'll simply copy this component and I'll paste it. You can name this component anything, as we are talking about page not found or 404. So you can either name it 404. I'll name it as page not found. We are good to go now. I'll go above, and inside my routes I'll simply copy this one. I'll paste it down here, and instead of about, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to simply use a static. Why is that so? It means if you get any route other than these, what you should open the page that I'm going to give it now. I'm going to give it page not found. So whenever there is anything that does not matches these 4 pages or these 4 routes, it will simply open this page or this component, and it will show everything that is there in this component. So in this component we'll have a message as error 404, and you can write other things as well. After that I'll write here page does not exist. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. Here we are, and we are onto our about page. Let's reload it, and again we are onto our about page. Well, I'll also show you that how you can make your application to open a default page even after you reload it, as it is opening about. I want it to open my home page. Let's talk about it later. Let's click on home page. This is home page. This is inventory, this is HR, this is about. Well, what we need to do, I'll just write here A, B, C or some random thing. And here it is showing me error 404, page does not exist. It means it is working pretty fine. And this is what I wanted to achieve, that whenever someone try to access anything that does not exist, it should show me this message. This time I'll search for employees page and that does not exist. That is why again it is showing me error 404 message. Let's head back, and here what I'll do now, I'll create another link and let's see if we get the message with a link that does not have any page. So I'll write here link, I'll close it. Inside my link I'll write here to, and you can give it any path. I'll name it as sign up, and inside it I'll pass sign up. Now let's save this and let's see if we get the error or not. Let me pass a BR tag in here, and now let's save this. And now if I click on sign up page, I should get message error 404. Here it is. It is because this static. Whenever we use static, it will show us the error that whenever we do not have the thing that we are trying to access. Now let's make our home page as the default one whenever we try to open it. I'll write here exact equals, and inside that I'll pass true. Now I'll save this, and here you can see it is opening home page by default. And this is what we wanted to achieve, that whenever we try to access something that does not exist in our application, we should get a message as error 404, page does not exist, or any message that we want to show. And we also wanted to see it with our links, and in case if someone try to access it manually as well. And we are getting both of these things in here. And that also brings us to the end of this video. In this video, we are going to talk about previous state in functional component. Well, this is a simple component in my app.js file. And now what we need to do, we need to have a constant for a use state. So first of all, what I'll do here, I'll import my use state at the top of my program. So I'll just write here use state, and now let's take a constant, or you can take let. I'll write here constant, and after that you can name your variables. So I'll name my variables as counter, and the second one will be set counter. That will be equal to use state, and initial value can be anything. I'll take it as 0. After that, what we need to do, we need to go into our return statement, and in that I'll print out my count value or counter value. So for that I'll write here h2, and inside h2 I'll print out my counter. Let's save this, and here we have definition or the title of this video, and then we have counter value. Now let's write some string along with our counter. So I'll write here current value of counter, and let's have equal along with it. After that, now let's have a button in here that will update this counter value. So let's have a button, and you can name your button anything. I'll write here update the counter, and inside our button, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an on-click event. And inside my on-click event, either I can use arrow function to update my counter, or I can call another function or component. So what I'll do here, I'll create another component and I'll call that one in here. So first of all, I'll write here name of the function that I'm going to create. Let's have a name as update counter. We are done here, and now let's create a function with this name. So I'll write here function update counter. Let's have its braces and let's have its boundary. Inside this update counter function, I'm going to use my set counter variable. So I'll write here set counter, and inside that I'll call my counter and I'll increment it with 1. Now let's save this. Here we are, and now if I click on this button, it should update this value. Here you can see it is updating it by 1 as we have incremented our counter with +1. So it means it is working pretty fine. Now what if I want to access or I want to get the previous state that I had in my functional component? Well, first of all, let's head back. So as we are getting the values as +1, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a random value for my state. So for that purpose, I'll just remove this counter +1 and inside it I'll write here math.random, and as we know that with math.random we get values between 0 and 1, but I don't want to get that. So for that purpose I'll simply multiply it by 10. Now let's save this, let's head back, and now let's check out the values. So here you can see we are getting random values, but we are getting long values after the dot or after the point. So to get rid of this, we have another built-in function or built-in functionality, and that is math.floor. It is under the library of math. So what I'll do here, I'll use that. So I will just call it math.floor and I'll put my math.random function inside my math.floor. Now let's save this. Now let's refresh it and let's click on it. And here you can see we are getting the random values and they are the exact numbers. Let's head back. Okay, till now our program is working pretty fine and there are no problems. But as you know that we want to get the previous state that have been there into our component. So for that purpose, what I'll do here, I'll take a variable and I'll name it as state and I'll equal to it. I'll use this whole function and I'll paste it in here. Now instead of this, what I'll do, I'll just paste my state. Let's save this, and here it is again working pretty fine. Now why I have did that? Let's go back and find out. Well, because as I want to use the previous or I want to get the previous state in my functional component, if you remember in our set counter or set values in our useState hook, we have a callback function and that just work like an arrow function. So I'll just do that. Here I have my curly braces and inside my curly braces, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a variable, and that variable you can name anything. I'll name this variable as last. And now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to print out this particular variable. So I'll write here console.log and inside it I'll pass my last variable that will have the last value or last state. Now to get the current state, we should also have something. So I'll write here return and I'll return my state. So I'll write here state and we are good to go. So here we are. Let's go to inspect and then go to our console. Now let's click on this button and we should get the updated value and 0 as the previous value into our console. So here you can see we have 0 as the previous value. So as 9 is the current value, what we should get 9 as the previous value into our console and we should get a new value on the click of this button. So here we have 4 and 9 as the previous value, 4 as the previous value, 3 is the newer, and it will keep going on. So it means we are successfully getting the newer value and the current value as well. Let's go back and let's print that value onto our screen. Well, for that purpose, I'll change my return. I'll use its braces because I want to have more than one HTML tag. So first of all, I'll call my div in here and inside my div, I'll use h2 tag and I'll write here last value is, and here I'll call my last variable. So I'll just write here last, and now I'll again use h2 tag and now I'll write here current value, or we can ignore it as we are already getting the current value down here, but still let's go for it and I'll write here stat and we are good to go. Let's save this and let's head back. So here if I click on this button, here you can see last value was 0 and the current value is 2. It means it is working pretty fine. Let's head back, and now as we are getting the random values, let's get something extra. we can employ different conditions that if this condition is true, do this, and if this condition is true, do this. So for that purpose, what I'm gonna do here, I'll just simply remove all of these and I'll simply return my state. So I'll just write here state, let's save this, let's head back, I'll reload it, and here it is working pretty fine and there are no problems. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use if statement. So I'll write here if last minus status or current value is less than 5, or let's say is it less than 3, then it should console me or it should warn me something. So for that purpose, I'll write here alert, and inside my alert I can have any message. I'll write here condition met as difference between last and current value is less than 3. Let's save this and let's see if it works or not. I'll reload it. Let's click on it. So here you can see condition met as the difference between last and current value is less than 3. Well, this was the first value and the first value was 0, so it should have done that. Now let's click on it again and let's see if it works now or not. So here you can see difference between 8 and 5 is 3. That is why we have an alert in here. Let's click on it again, and again we have 5. We have 3 now. So it's working pretty fine. So as we have used if statement, we can also go for if else statement in here. I'll write here else, and inside my else I can print out anything. I'll write here alert no condition is met. It means if this condition is not true, it will print out this thing. Here you can see no condition is met because the previous value is 6 and the current value is 3. Let's again click on it. Now the condition has met because 7 minus 3 equals 4. It says no condition is met because we have 1 and 3 and the difference between 1 and 3 is 2. So this is how you can point out your program to do anything as it met certain conditions, and you can ask your program to perform anything. But the main intention of this video, or you can say the part of this course, was to get the previous state in the functional component. Now, you might be wondering that as we have successfully got the previous state in functional component, what about the class component? So if you remember, with class component, we use props. So with the help of props, we will get the previous values or previous props. And again, we can use those props and we can define our program to do certain things when certain conditions are met. So in the next video, I'll talk to you about that how we can get previous props in class component in React.js. So I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we'll talk about that how we can get previous props in React.js. Well, everything is same just like we did with our functional component when we retrieve the previous state, but this time there will be a little bit of difference in the structure. Well, as we know that for the props, we have to use child component. So for that purpose, I'll create a new file and I'll name it as child.js. And in that file, what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to import React from React. After that, we are good to go now. So I'll write here function and I'll name my function as child as the name of the file. Okay, here we have a problem with the spellings. So I'll just change it and now we are good to go. Let's have its braces and now let's start its boundary. Here we'll have a return statement, and in return we can use our HTML tags. So I'll call my div, and inside my div I'll use h2 tag, and in h2 tag I'll call it as child component for props. Let's save this, and before we move ahead we have to export it as well. So I'll write here export default, and after that name of the file which was child. Now let's save this. Let's head to our app.js, and now we have to import it as well. So I'll write here import child from child. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser. So here you can see here it says previous props, and here we are not getting the message from the child component. Well, why is that so? It is because we have to include it in our HTML tag as well. So I'll write here child, and here we have nothing because we have made a small mistake. Let's head back and I'll show you what it is. Well, if you remember, we have to name our files with first word as capital. So I'll change it, I'll save it, and now I'll change everything in here as well. I have to change it here as well. Let's save this now and let's head to our app.js, and now I'll again change it in this one as well. So here I have my HTML tag, and inside, now if I save this, let's head back, and here it says child component for props. Now it is working and now we are good to go. And just like earlier, now I'm going to use my useState hook. So for that purpose, I'll include it at top of my program. So I'll simply have my comma and then I'll call my useState. So I'll write here useState, and now I'll call my constant, and in that I'll have two variables. First one will be counter and second one will be set counter. That will be equal to useState, and initial value will be 0, or you can go with 1. Let's go with 1, and then I'll create a button that will update the value. It should be inside the div. So what I'll do here, I'll call my button in here. So I'll write here button, and inside my button I'll create an on click event, and in that I'll use an arrow function. So I'll write here set counter. Okay, here we have an E missing, so I'll just do that in here as well. Now inside my set counter, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here counter plus 1. Let's save this, and now what we need to do, we need to pass this as prop into our child.js. So here I'll use a variable, or I'll take a variable as val equal counter. It should be inside the curly braces, so I'll just do that. Now let's save this. Let's head to our child.js, and here I'll pass a prop. So I'll write here props, and then inside my div I'm going to use h2 tag. And now what I'll do, I'll call my variable. So I'll write here props dot value. Let's save this now, and before we move ahead, let's name our button something. So I'll write here click to update the counter. Let's save this. Let's head to our web browser. Here it is. Now if I click on this, here it is updating the value. It means till now it is working pretty fine. Well, as we know that we are simply incrementing our counter by 1, and we also know the previous state or the previous value. So why do we need to use prop to get the previous state or previous prop? Well, let's say we are getting some random values or some random function in a bigger application. In that sort of situation, how we can get the previous prop? Well, to make the scenario more realistic, let's get some random values. So for that purpose, instead of incrementing it by 1, I'm going to use math.random function, and I'll multiply that random function with 10, because with random function we get values between 0 and 1. So I'll just simply do that. Let's save this and let's head to our web browser again, and now let's reload it. And now let's click here, and here you can see we are getting the random values, but if you see we are getting decimal values as well. To get rid of this problem, again use math.floor functionality from the library. So for that purpose, again I'll write here math.floor, and inside my braces I'll have my random function. Now let's save this. Let's reload our program, and here you can see we are not getting any problems in here, and as we are getting the random values, now we are ready to get the previous prop with the help of props. Now first of all, we need to import some things in here. So I'll write here useRef, which is a hook, and along with that I'll also import my useEffect. And here I'll call my useRef, and as we are going to use it, we have to store it in a variable. So I'll call constant, and here I'll take a variable as last value equals useRef. That will be just like that. And now I'll call my useEffect, and inside my useEffect I'll use its callback function. It looks just like this, it's curly braces, and now we are ready to go. And here I'll write last value dot current is the built-in property and we cannot change it. That will be equal to props dot val. Why we are doing it? Well, props dot val contains the current value and last value dot current contains the previous value. Well, this might be a bit confusing that how it is. Well, as we are using useRef, useRef gets the value from the DOM model or document object model, and as we are executing it before the useEffect hook, that is why it is storing the previous values, and here we have the current value. Now, as last value dot current contains the previous value, we can print that out as well. So first of all, I'll write here constant previous value, that will be equal to last value dot current. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to print both of these values. So first of all, this will be my current value, and for the last value what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this tag and I'll paste it down here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to call my previous value simply in here. So I'll write here previous value and I'll write here last value. I'll remove this. Let's give it a space here as well. And before we move ahead, there is one thing that we should take care. I'll just cut it and I'll paste it outside my useEffect hook. Now let's save this, and now let's head to our web browser and let's see if we get the current and the last values. Here we are. Let's refresh our program, and here if I click here, the current value is 6 and the last value is 1. Now if I click on it again, we should get last value as 6 and current value will be a new 1. Here we are. We should get 4 now. Here it is, and 2 is the new value. So it means our program is working pretty fine and we do not have any problem. And this is how you can get the last props with your React.js with your functions. And that also brings us to the end of this video. I'll see you in the next one. And that's it for this React.js course. We started with the introduction, then I showed you that how you can run and you can make environment for your React.js with your Visual Studio Code, and then we moved towards the file structure of React.js, and then we started with different concepts. We talked about components in React.js, its different types. We also saw class components, functional components. We also saw on-click events. Then we saw how we can call a function. Then we talked about props and states in class and functional components. And then we talked about hooks. And in hooks, we talked about very prominent hooks like useEffect. Then we talked about useState, useReducer, etc. And not only that, we also saw that how we can work with controlled and uncontrolled components in React.js. And then we move towards the routing. And at the end, I'll show you that how you can get the previous state in functional components and how you can get the previous props. And that brings us to the end of this particular course. And I hope now that you have a better understanding or basic understanding about all the basics of React.js, and now you are ready to start working with your React.js programming language and you can have a career in it. Because now I believe that I have introduced you with all the important concepts of React.js that you need to know and that you need to work on. So I hope now that you must have learned and liked watching this course. If that is the case, please leave a like, subscribe and press the bell icon. We'll see you with next videos and new courses. And if you have anything to ask, please leave a comment below. We'll get back to you as soon as possible.